Can you hear me? That's weird. Yeah. Oh, so that people would have to update to play with me. Does he even stream anymore? You weird.
He doesn't do
I missed it.
be aware
What is that?
of
Oh, yeah, I am aware of it. I'm aware of Twitches, so I will be mindful. Yes, I am aware.
Alrighty. Okay. I'm gonna host it.
Okay.
Oh my god. Hang on. Okay, yeah, you have to join, but don't read it off. I forgot what I made it. The name of it. It's nothing bad. Y'all are unmuted. Yeah, I know. It's rare, right? As a joke, I made the game name personal information. Okay, hang on. Okay. Now I'm just really quiet. The echo's killing me. Yeah, I have echo because my wife's next to me. So her mic's picking me up.
Oh, here, I can mute myself.
You're just basically gonna push to talk.
Yeah, like, so it doesn't echo until we, like, start.
Oh wait, take it off of worldwide. Near. That should help. Give me 1 minute. Let me. Yeah, do this for a minute. Let me see. Something's wrong with it. I don't want to put the game name on there because of what I made it. I don't know if you remember, but it was essentially our address. I made the game name our address just to make my wife laugh because it wouldn't mean anything to anyone else. But on stream, that would be bad. How do I even do this? Oh, invite friends. There you go. I invited you. Bottom right. Okay, put it back up. I played this game like once before, and I thought it was very scary. I'm pretty jumpy. Oh! We got this in here. How do I sell it?
Now I'm with you.
Oh boy. You're very echoey. On my mic. I have to turn down my mic a bit. Move it closer to me. Say something, lady.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, that's not very echoey. That's good. Oh, hey, you're good. Put this in here. We played like one time before. What the fuck is this shit? Store item, hands full. Store item. There's nothing to store now. Well, that's done. Anyways. I'm nervous. Hazard level B? I don't know what that means. Oh, I don't like that at all. I think the outside's the same every time. It's just the places. Like the inside of it. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Muting doesn't really mute my cough. That's your mic. Okay. Does it have to be dark right away? I don't even like the sounds of you opening those doors. Jesus Christ, it's so loud. Turn down my volume. Oh wow, my camera doesn't look terrible, even though it's dark in here. I thought it'd be super fuzzy.
Yeah, me too.
Oh!
Oh.
This is... Okay, don't go that way.
I guess, yeah.
I think this might be the battery that our ship needs.
Maybe.
I'll try. You never really had it. Oh, it says requires battery powered item. Wait, set that up.
How to drop stuff.
I guess I'm gonna keep this for now because it's dark. Oh, you can't use the ladder with this? Shit. Alright. That sucks.
Okay. All the lights are off now in here. So there's that.
Oh, that was uncomfortable. I heard a really weird sound for like a while, and then it finally stopped.
Yeah, I hear some more noises too.
It sounds like something's hopping in a weird way. If you use your scanner, the right mouse click, you can kind of see like a tiny blip of light.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what that was. I saw it run away and now I'm scared. I don't know where you're at.
Was it big or was it small?
I don't know. There's no light in here at all, and I don't have any sort of anything.
What was that? Yeah, I don't have anything either.
Oh, here's where that power thing goes.
That's probably where I took it out of.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what I'm doing. Large axle?
I feel like I'm gonna die.
Wait. Why do I have like a little bit of light now? It's just in that room. Oh, map. No map. Oh, this one has light. What the fuck? Nasty wet sounds.
There's a big glob, and I can't get past it, and I'm trapped.
It's
coming towards me.
You should go the other way.
I don't have anywhere to go. I can jump, but I don't know if I can jump over it. I also can't see.
Try to come around to the main entrance. Get a big piece of scrap.
I'm hearing a lot of noises that I don't like.
Me too. A lot of noises that you don't like. Do you know what time you're supposed to be back to the ship by?
I have no clue anything about this game. Other than like the little things John has shown me. Okay, I ran away from it, I think.
Okay. As long as you're okay, then I can check this back to the ship.
Found a jar of something. If computer terminal to access security doors.
Oh. Right by the church. Closing the ship door. These are really spooky sounds in there. Something's walking around outside.
Something has me. I think so. I don't know. It's on my face.
Oh,
I can't see anything.
that's not good.
I think I'm gonna die. Okay, I died.
Oh.
That's great.
Hey! Let the door open.
Ooh.
Hey, we got a D.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
Oh. Neat. Get rid of our shit. Okay, well, don't do that. You wanna grab this big axle? Whoa. It just...
Your hard work is invaluable to the company.
I was just curious. I feel like some people... You just start?
Yeah.
stuff.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
What the fuck? What?
That scared me.
Yeah. Okay. That was horrifying.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset.
I got his flashlight.
I don't understand how that terminal works. Where'd you go? Whoa, what is this? I found a Christmas tree. It's playing music. I opened it. Oh, it's a rocket. It's going to go by.
Did it deliver our flashlights?
No, there's nothing in it.
I see.
Oh, wait. Here. Something coming back down. It came back down.
I see a dot in the sky.
You don't hear the Christmas music? It's right here. Nice. Oh, there it is. Alright, where do we want to go in at? Where are you at?
I feel like the main entrance is fine.
Okay. Like the entrance we've been going through? Okay.
Wonderful.
Are you already inside?
Maybe not.
No, I'm inside now.
I'm behind you.
There's another big piece of metal here. Right there on the floor.
Can't. The landmine? Okay. So,
I gotta take this back to the ship.
Yep.
That's like our goal, is just to keep taking stuff like this back to the ship.
I think so.
Okay. I never really knew what the objective of this game was. Just looked fun.
I think, if you don't make enough money, you die.
Yeah, we learned that the hard way.
I can't pick up landmine, so I think that it is, live.
Oh.
So don't walk through there. No!
You die.
I'm dead.
Aww.
Go back to the ship.
Yeah. Now what do I do?
Oh, wait. Is that my other side?
How do I revive you?
I'm gonna kick you out of here. Now we should go inside there. Why am I lazy sleeping? That's dumb. We owe $5 after? Oh, because we didn't make that. Okay. I'm not gonna try to catch you. Oh. I have to buy another flashlight. Has I think now we can only properly hear each other from close. I have lost. Oh. Ah! Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Try not to keep your flashlight on too much. I know it's just battery.
I'm pretty sure my flashlight's dead.
It is. I guess I should have bought some batteries. A dustpan?
Looks like it.
That's cool. I'm not making that joke. chunk of metal.
This is a weird room.
Oh. Oh shit. Oh! Ah! Did he get you? Did you fall when he was chasing you? I don't think we got anything from there. Oh wait. Look at this big thing. Oh no, we just got dust. Gotta find one other thing. Bad. I don't like this room. Oh, you can charge up your flashlight on this thing. Let's see. One day left. We have to. It's 52. There we go. 67. Wait, what'd you do?
Did the ship? I landed it.
Oh, sure.
I can't tell if we're close to the ground or not. We are. It's just that foggy.
It's pretty gross out here. Okay, flashlight makes it worse, of course. Use your scissors.
I'm trying. I I got the main entrance to pop up, but now I can't find a ladder.
That's what we'll do. Over here. You can see the creature here. Is that better?
Oh god.
You sound so far away and echoey.
Can't help but feel like it's not where I'm supposed to be. Okay. Are you inside?
No. Are you alive? Shit. Where's the present on the floor? Homemade flashbang. Oh. I disabled it. Nope. Well, I guess I'll try to find us enough scrap to not get executed by the company. Whoa. I should also try to find an answer here. Hoping turning off all the power turns off the gun. Huh? Because I need to get this engine thing back to the ship. Wait a minute. Okay, so I don't think I turned off the gun. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm feeling pretty confident about that decision too. Shit, it's not enough. It'll still kill us. Well, we have one more day.
Report to the company building immediately to sell your scrap metal and other goods. You have 0 days left to meet the profit quota. You can use the terminal to route the autopilot to the company building.
I think we're gonna get that. They're gonna kill us. Flashlight too. Let's do it to buy stuff.
We value your commitment.
Anything but a flashlight.
You get killed?
Yeah, I was right. They did something, sent something out to kill me. For ringing. I can't ring the bell for working.
I heard it dinging and then I heard you scream. Well, now I'm gonna get ejected by myself.
Like a thing shot out slot.
Oh.
That employee's ringing the bell a lot. We should kill him. Oh, cool. They brought me back to life to murder us. We were so close.
As you have not met the profit quota, your performance has been deemed below standard. Welcome to our disciplinary process.
Oh. It launches everything out of it. I tried to hide behind stuff.
So did I?
Container next to me just fly out of it.
Welcome to your first day on the job. This is your very own autopilot ship, where you will eat and sleep for the duration of your contract. Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you will be a great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset to the company. Asset. Great asset.
You got us walkie-talkies and flashlights. You've landed in an eclipse. It's basically like a sandbox. Each time, this is like our second time having it. Each time you land, it's like a different, like, it seems like the outside is different. Whoa! Whoa! Get in, get in, get in.
I'm trying!
Oh, wait, oh, you made it, okay. I seen it.
Not nice.
You look like a monster dog.
It was scary. I was just minding my own business, and he was like, I want to kill you. Where is it? He's behind the Christmas tree.
Oh, get back in. Get back in.
Where'd it go now?
He's right there.
Where? Oh, I see him.
I had to turn down my mic so that way she didn't echo even louder. But I guess it's actually not a problem now because we're using the proximity mic. Is that better? Shit. Well, maybe now he's full. Well, I don't know what else to do. We gotta make money or they're gonna kill us. Where'd the Christmas tree go? I need a shit. Damn it. Whatever. I guess no flashlight and walkie-talkie for me. Ah, God. That sucks. I really wanted our stuff. Can't believe you let him eat you. You what? I had a feeling. It said that they'd be bringing stuff to us every hour, and I thought maybe... I don't know, did he eat our stuff? I don't get it. We had things. Well... Whatever. I can't even put it back in. Okay, bye. Okay. I'm gonna try to run back to the ship without getting eaten by that thing that ate you. Pray for me. I was able to sneak around him. I guess it helps if I know where the fuck he's at. Okay. Can't use the ladder. Shimmy my way down.
That's him right at the top. Yep.
Wait, over there?
It's right by the ship. There's two
Oh,
of
Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's two.
them. I know there's three.
Three. No. It's just the two. Oh god, there's three. I
They just leave without us.
Yeah.
You didn't even get eaten. It just like immediately
It did
kills
get
you.
eaten.
Oh.
Oh,
I like
I like your picture.
Oh my god.
Those things are terrifying.
Yeah. It's almost 11. Do you have to take a bath?
Yeah, you want to stop playing this for now?
I just want to check with you. I don't want to keep you.
We can play like one more till
Okay.
one of us dies,
Well,
or
until
like
both
one
of
more
us
day.
die. Shit. We never got any of our stuff. Oh, you can only afford one flashlight. Did you just turn off the lights? Was that you?
Mm-hmm.
Quit messing around. You scared me.
Sorry.
Celestial
That was a
body
big
full.
pumpkin this time.
I don't know if that's the same thing.
We'll find out. Got. I can't tell what's on her. I don't know.
It really does just look like a big pumpkin.
Okay.
I half expected it to just like eat you.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Oh, there's a Christmas tree.
yep.
There's your flashlight.
You want me to have it?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go. It's weird that this company will murder you for not meeting the deadline, but they splurge to make the delivery drone a Christmas tree with music. What the fuck? Oh, there's steam coming out of that. out of that hallway?
Yeah, you can walk towards it, but I don't know
walk
where it
through it.
leads to.
Hmm.
I stopped it.
Oh, nice.
I hear something.
That was me. I have an air horn. You're too far away for me to hear.
I can see you.
Yeah. Maybe we can use it to scare one of the monsters. Aw. What the hell? The fog gets too dense over by this area, by this thing. Did you just fall and die? Oh no. Oh, what? Okay. Makes sense. No. No. I'm very unhappy with the fact that you died. Oh!
That was a great way to end this.
Okay, I have to use the restroom and then I'll come back and go to the where we left off last time on the Mr. Girl Destiny and the Nick Fuentes thing. I'm so upset that that's how it ended. My wife is very happy about it.
Just like instantly. I can't wait till John gets home.
All right, yeah, I'll be back in like a minute or two. I just gotta use the restroom. Enjoy the painting. Boom, boom. God damn it. My knee. What? Why is my knee hurt? Ow. Christ.
7-Eleven tonight. Wait, it's okay for tomorrow.
That's tuna. When you look like you as a kid.
I was just about to say, who sent you a picture of you when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. I feel like.
Oh shoot.
You guys. Oh, you left it on my dresser. I feel like you guys do like have like.
Hey. Okay. No more no more echo. Our stuff's off. Did you leave the Discord? Good, you did.
Yeah, you had me in a private.
Yeah, I had you muted and deafened. That way if somebody popped in they couldn't bother you.
This cat.
Okay. All the stuff. Oh, oh yeah, I gotta change the screen. So that was an experience. Oh. There we go. Did you guys have a good Christmas? I had a pretty good one. I got a sketchbook, and so I wanted to try drawing again. I only drawn a couple of times, like in my whole life, but I've always been told that like I'm not bad at it for how little I've done it. So this is the first thing I drew in my sketchbook. I know it's not super great, but at least you can tell what I'm going for. Okay, actually I gotta look for where we were at here. Mr. Girl, Destiny, Nick Cortez. Found it. Right back to where we were at. Beautiful. Let's see. We got about 40 minutes left on it. Cool. And Dan's still playing fucking Hearthstone. Oh! I forgot. Now I can't do Twitch anymore. How do I do this? Did that end it? What?
Before I do go to sleep, do you want me to come say goodnight to you?
Yeah, please. Okay, that does turn it off. Very cool. Maybe not in the way that I would like. Just gotta log into Kick now. Okay. Oh.
Makes the emotional and immoral stance of just like
Sure, the hammer is me. Capabilities and equal rights doesn't mean equality under the law, equality of outcome, right? The woman, it has more control over the household than the man does, and the man has more control in the real world. One of these things isn't better than the others. It's just two sides of the same coin. Just because they're not exactly.
Why should women be free?
Do you want me to answer as him or as me?
Oh, I'm saying, don't you think that there needs to be somebody who makes the emotional and immoral stance of just like...
Sure, the video
right?
SAS can do that. That's not a good argument, dog. We've been saying that shit for fucking years. Because it's right? Because diversity is our greatest strength? Because racism is wrong? That shit doesn't fucking work if somebody is fundamentally morally opposed to you. Sorry, I'm not trying to destroy my voice. But I just don't think that like the moral arguments are very effective. Like you have to hit them.
They're not effective on their own, but I do think we still need people saying racism is wrong. Yeah. It's
Okay,
not
then
wrong
somebody
because
can
it's
go
illogical.
somebody-
Because there are times where it is logical, but still wrong.
The problem is people are giving logical reasons to be racist, and the other side is just screaming like, no, 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 it's morally wrong. That's not enough. That's not good enough.
I think it's important for my audience to know that even if you can provide a waterproof or airtight case about why genocide is good logically, or why racism is good, or racial profiling, or why not letting women have jobs is good. Like if some IQ test comes out or some aptitude test, and it just turns out that like women shouldn't be in politics. You know, I can prove to you mathematically women shouldn't be in politics. We've done every single test. Genetically, women shouldn't be in politics. I'm never going to say women shouldn't be allowed to be elected to office.
I don't agree holding moral positions like that that will ignore everything downstream from there. That's not how I fight my battles, and I don't even believe that to be the case.
There is nothing downstream from it. That's what I'm saying. It's a bedrock belief.
If you literally believe that women are not fit for politics, then maybe they shouldn't be in politics. That would be the next logical step. It wouldn't be.
I understand that. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm saying even if it's the next logical step, I still think it's wrong, and I don't want it in my society.
Okay. Your position is destructive and corrosive to society. And anybody that is educated on these topics, and they will because their audience is talking about it, will see what you're saying as leading to the destruction of society. I can give you a really good example of this. People on the far right believe in race realism. They think that differences in IQ between people can be accounted for by the races. They're familiar with people like Jordan Peterson and his speech about how in the military, they have a test. You take an IQ test, and if your IQ is below, it's either 75 or 85, you are worthless to the army. They can't find a single job for you to do, not even one job. And this is something that we have to deal with. And they'll go, I remember that from Jordan Peterson. Then they'll say, I remember the bell curve. I remember Charles Murray. When Charles Murray's talking about the bell curve, when he's talked to Sam Harris about it, he's not talking about a hatred for black people. He's saying that if some people in society are so dumb, and if some races are so far behind, we should look at that as a moment of compassion. We need to help these people. Black people are too stupid to be engineers or scientists or blah, 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 blah. So we need to give them welfare. We need to do that, right? And now if they go to a race realist, a far-right political leader, he'll say, okay, well, we know what Jordan Peterson says to be true is true, and we know that what Charles Murray and the bell curve says to be true is true. We know that other people that have talked about this is true. Well, now we need to figure out, how do we want to build our society? Well, do we really want minorities in it that we know biologically are not only going to be a drag on our society from a welfare perspective, but they're going to be a drag on our descendants by bringing them down with their tainted genes that are going to cause them.
Mr. Girl's the first person I ever heard make the argument that he's making here, that it's that I would rather have like a less effective political system by including, like, if it were the case that women were just like dog shit for politics, I would rather have an inferior political system that included women than have a better functioning one that excluded them, because treating women equally is more important to me than having like the most efficient political system. Like that's like a really unique perspective that I don't think I've ever heard before from anybody, but I think it's pretty commendable. I'm not 100% sure if I agree with it or not, but I feel a stronger desire to agree with it.
To be like less politically and less intellectually and less career and economically effective as us?
Yeah,
absolutely.
and I
No,
think that- I
and
think
then
the
you're
best
going to go at the
argument
end. You're going to
against
go, even if that's all true, yeah, we should accept that anchor. And all of them are going to look at you.
Absolutely.
No, and then you've lost. Then
Absolutely.
you've lost. You can do what you want to do. That's fine. Your position initially.
I don't think I don't think
You've
I have
lost.
lost.
No, you. Anybody that's listening is gonna go, this guy's delusional.
Here's what I would say.
I don't want to
Here's what I would
ruin my
say.
country because this guy like doesn't care about any of these things. You have to fight them on those grounds.
I think you have to fight them on moral grounds. I think
Okay,
you have to
I would
say
just-
something like, okay, so you can push a button, and every time you push it, you kill the dumbest 1% of society.
Whoa.
So how many times would you push it? And why? And what's your justification for that? What's your justification for when you stop pushing it?
I think we've hit bedrock.
Wait.
Or I would be curious. You should debate.
I don't think so.
With it, could you technically push it forever? If it gets rid of the dumbest 1%, then there's like a new dumbest 1%. Yeah, interesting.
I just think you don't. I think you are. I want to.
I guess you're just murdering.
I think you have a severe aversion to appearing soy.
No.
I wonder how many times you'd press it before you're not just murdering like mentally handicapped and like comatose people.
Oh, you're dead wrong. I have no problem appearing soy. It's not about appearing soy. I know that you're obsessed because this is the current framework you're working out of, and I got some Wittgenstein emails, and I'm obsessed. I'm working on that, but it's not about the soy shit. It's that I don't want to utter a phrase that makes it seem like everything I'm talking about is incommensurate with everything you believe. When I'm speaking to Fuentes about women, I'm talking to
Speak clear, I wouldn't push the button at all.
them, for them. If anything, in a way, I'm giving them advice to be successful. I'm actually helping. I'm telling Fuentes, listen, dog, if you had women are this is the argument today, women are the most politically active and engaged gender in the United States. Women do more on the ground politics than men do. You've got people like Lauren Southern or other women, Faith Goldie or fucking Laura Bloomer, whatever the fucking name is. You've got these women that are engaged politically. You want them in your movement. And when I make arguments like that, people in his movement don't go, oh, here's Soy Destiny arguing for fucking women again because he thinks it's right. They say, okay, sure. Maybe there are some effective women. I still don't like them, but okay, fine. So at the end of the day, maybe I don't even pull any of them to my side, but I actually help moderate the movement a bit. Some people, and I've gotten emails from people in that movement. I think I had even a caller today who was like, I'm still pretty conservative, but like I feel like a little bit okay on some of these social issues.
I understand you're
right?
good at what you do. I know that. I'm not saying that what the parts.
Then I don't want to. Then other people can do the moral shit. I don't think it's effective at turning heads or turning minds.
Well, that's why I'm here, man. That's why I'm fucking jumping.
No, you're
on
not
your
here to
channel.
do that. You're here to tell me to do that.
How do people not just I feel like unironically the best way to go after people like gripers that talk about women like that, just be like, oh, I get it, you're just gay. Because I feel like the only thing that they don't like more than like, I feel like they probably like gay people less than they like women. So just keep on hitting them with you're gay until they drop it.
That's if you wanted to just say like I think morally, but we can have a discussion on morals.
Telling
and
you
ethics.
to do it is also me doing it. One of us needs to do it.
You could just come on and say, I want to talk to you about like why do you think women should be involved in politics? Why do you think women should be inside, even if they're not 100% the same physically? We could have that discussion. That'd be an interesting discussion. But you're here telling me that I need to change my approach, and then telling me I'm not equipped to do it.
I do think you need to change your approach. So my response to race realism is that we can have the conversation about it. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care. Even if the racists are right.
But you have to care.
I don't care. No, I'm telling you, I actually.
Then you hate black people. You hate black people.
Let me explain this to you.
You can explain it, but you hate black people. Go ahead.
Let me. You went for a while. Let me explain this to you.
Go for it.
I actually don't care. I'm not just saying I don't care because I'm a liberal. I'm not saying I don't care because I think diversity is our greatest strength. I actually don't care. I don't want to live in a society that gives less rights to its dumbest 10% of people. And I sure as fuck don't want to live in a society that says that, oh, this group of people, because of how you can tell who they are from looking at them, and then from that, there's a loose correlation with some other difference. And so therefore, even if that's true, which I don't believe it is, even if it were true, I still wouldn't care. I don't care. The freedom of different colors and genders of people is more important to me than any possible logical counter argument you could make. That's not true in the military. The job of the military is to transport things around the world and kill people.
What about school? What about how do you feel about affirmative action?
I'm against it.
Why? If you want schools to be more colorful, or you wouldn't care if all schools were Asian and white people? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't want schools to be more colorful. I just don't want people based on their color to have different rights.
Okay, then what is your perspective on you don't care about race? Where does that even apply to anything? What policy or what is even influencing?
I believe that is a reverse engineered aversion to people who look different from you, and then taking every test and measure you can find to find the sloppiest, loosest correlation you can possibly make to explain your own racist behavior and the shitty outcomes that it brings.
No, I'm asking you, what is you being not racist?
Immoral frame, so the pushback against it is like it may well be very logically sound, but it's wrong. And I don't want it because it's wrong. When I look in the mirror, I look at myself and I ask myself, why is it wrong? Why would it be wrong to keep women out of politics?
I wish this wasn't where they were at. Because I think it's kind of like we moved pretty far away from the main point. But I think Mr. Grow would have an easier time if he just said, like, I have a foundational moral principle that no matter what, everybody should be treated equal.
Yeah, there's practical arguments you can make, but I want everybody to know that underneath the practical arguments,
I think that's like more
it's
Destiny's
just
language.
wrong.
Okay.
I just don't want
I
it.
know you think this.
I don't
okay.
like it.
Okay, gotcha.
I think it's important to
Sorry. I didn't
to
mean
add that. I feel like you're risking your audience turning into Nazis when you imply the only reason I'm not a Nazi is because it's highly illogical.
Okay, that's my position. If it was logical to be a Nazi, I would be a Nazi. I don't think it's logical to be a Nazi.
And
Because
I wouldn't.
Okay, then your system sucks.
No, your system does not have to be based on logic.
Okay. If it was the case that, I guess it's weird, we'll say you're kicked out of the club. If it was the case that Jewish people were conspiring in a way to destroy white people across the Western nations, the Kalergi plan is real, there's white replacement is actually happening, the fluoride in the water is targeting white ball sacks. If this was all true, would you still be like, oh, that's okay, I'm not going to be a Nazi, I think it's fine? If logic compelled you to do so,
course.
like
that doesn't lead to Nazi. It doesn't, like, if people are plotting against you, then you need to stop them. But I don't think you stop them by rounding them up and killing them. Like, no, I'm against doing that. I'm against
what if
killing
it's
murder.
what if
if
it's
somebody,
them?
somebody
What if it's
raped
life or
and
death?
murdered
Hold
my
on.
whole
boring,
family, I would
boring,
still be against.
Boring. What if
We
it's
don't know.
life?
It's not. But don't, let me finish. I'm against Nazism because I think killing people is wrong, and I think fascism is wrong.
Do you think killing people in self-defense is wrong? Because that's the justification for Christchurch, for Great Replacement stuff, for foreign invaders.
Yes.
You think killing people in self-defense is wrong?
That's a big stretch to call that self-defense. Yes. I
We
think
can
killing
get
people in
there. We can
self-defense is
build it
wrong.
out to it. You can call it a big stretch now, but we can get there.
Yeah, at some point, okay, do you believe me that if somebody was going to hit me in the head with a baseball bat on the street, I would shoot them? Like,
Sure.
you know, that,
What if
I
that
would-
somebody is an MS-13 illegal person that a Jewish fucking backed senator like pushed to legalize to bring into this country? Do you need to defend yourself against the MS-13 person? And at some point, if you believe in the Jewish
hit me in the head
conspiracy,
with a baseball bat?
yeah, yes.
Yeah.
And then at some point, do you think what if you
except Shaylin?
What if it was the case that the people that were brought in and are continued to be brought in
catch.
are changing your electorate
Good catch.
and are being pushed by shady money that's all tied to Jewish people and are being pushed for the express purpose of getting rid of people like you, pretend you're white and not Jewish, but getting rid of people like you in the country. Hold on, all I'm trying to say is that you can build out
You don't know. This is no. You can't.
Okay.
There's a line that I will just draw, and the line
And you'll
actually
say-
is already drawn. No, wait.
Okay.
Stop. We have a law in every state that states when you can shoot somebody, and I think they're all totally reasonable.
Okay.
You can bring up any law in any state, and I'll say that's the line I would draw. I think we've done a great job of drawing
Hey,
self-defense
the
laws.
revolution of the United States was
I don't know. Mr. Grill does appeal to the law a lot, and I don't think it's always good. I feel like he might find some of those laws unreasonable. That's too broad.
against the law.
True.
That's not an argument against it, right? The problem is that at some
It
point...
is. It actually is.
Okay. There were laws against the protest that Martin Luther King did. That's not an argument against it. At some point,
no,
when we're talking
that's
about
not.
fighting the system...
Wait, I didn't say it's not an argument against it. I said if you're going to ask me a bunch of fucking questions, I can just tell you right now, look up whatever the law is in Oregon, and I'll say that's the line.
Okay. All the positions
If I shoot somebody and I get convicted of murder, then I will. If the
Yeah,
if
I
the jury
understand.
of my
All
peers
of the
sees it-
positions
okay.
that you're committed yourself to are the exact ones that people on the other side... Like, if I were to open any alt-right chat, they would be typing, this guy is... Well, actually, because you're Jewish, they're saying, you're trying to encourage all of us to commit suicide for the cause. You're like the white person that wants to die so that BBCs and brown people and Muslims can come into our country and take over. You're suicidal and you're trying to destroy your own race. That's what you've committed yourself to. And not only have you committed yourself to that out of potential ignorance, you're saying even if you knew it led to certain self-suicide of your race, you would still commit yourself to it. That is the exact line of thinking that Nazis or neo-Nazis or alt-righters will use to fight against people that advocate for that. They'll say, "Oh, look, the white woke liberal is self-destructive."
If I had two buttons in front of me, and one said, "Kill 999 Jews," and the other said kill 909. Let's say one says kill 1,000 Jews, and one says kill 999 white people.
Okay.
Wait, no, I said it backwards. 1,000 white people. Not you get what I'm saying. I don't care. I don't care about the existence of my race. If I had to choose between killing 999 Jews and killing 1,000 white people, I would kill Jews.
Okay. There are some people that really do care about the existence of their race. We kind of.
I know.
I want to be able
I
to
know.
talk to those people.
That's fine, but you're bouncing all over the fucking place, man.
I'm not.
Everything you're saying is changing the subject.
Okay, my bad.
I'm saying I think there is a place for moralizing and having a moral stance in these conversations, and you're just trying to come up with something to confuse me. You're like, whoa, the MS-13 baseball bat thing. Where the fuck did that conversation go? Just like went out the window.
The point of
Let's
that
go back to it.
Okay,
Yes,
sure.
I
Let's
am
go back to
against-
it. The point of the conversation
Okay.
was, let's say there's a group of politicians that are funded by Jewish money, and the goal of those politicians is to make it so that more people come into the country that are non-white, and the express purpose of bringing them to the country is, one, to change the electorate, or two, to increase the crime rates, or three, to increase the multicultural birth rates, such that white people are eliminated by either, one, losing their voice in the electorate, two, getting murdered by some of the people coming into the country because minorities might commit higher crime rates, or three, getting bred out of being pure white because white birth rates are down and interracial birth rates are up. If that's the case, and all of that is being led by Jewish money, and that was all the fact of the matter, then to go around and say, well, I'm principally opposed to being a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. No, of course, at that point, any reasonable person is going to go, holy shit, I need to fucking revolt. I got to do something. I got to fucking do some shit. Because my fucking...
No, I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think I fundamentally don't understand why I would care about my race or my nationality as a whole. I would care if you're talking about my family, then sure, that makes a lot of sense to me. But otherwise, why would I care? They're, at the end of the day, they're just as much of strangers to me than anybody who's of any other nationality or race. That seems like a really, really weird thing to care about. I feel like you have to be a race realist to care then.
entire race is being fucking destroyed by a higher fucking movement. That's why I'm saying you can't say, well, logically, no matter what the case is, I'm morally, principally convicted with these positions. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I gotta tell you, okay,
Sorry, okay, go ahead. That's why I brought up the MS-13 thing.
There's a difference. Okay, there's a difference. I don't think you need to revolt if you find out that people are conspiring against you. Can't you just vote them out of office? Or you're saying that
well,
there's no
a Nazi
democracy.
wouldn't believe that. They
Democracy-
would say democracy is dead because it's corporate owned. Fuentes says things like the defense contractors own it, or big business or lobbyists or whatever own it. That's part of their belief system that has to be attacked.
I agree that has to be attacked. I'm not saying you shouldn't make logical arguments.
Okay. But I'm saying that I'll never make a moral argument.
You keep strawmanning me and saying that I'm saying you shouldn't do what you're doing.
I'm not
what
strawmanning. I understand you're saying that. I'm saying I never want to make a moral argument to another person.
I
don't wanna
know,
make
but
a
you
moral
have not provided an explanation for that. By saying I want to make logical arguments, you're not providing an explanation for why you wouldn't also make a moral argument.
Because anytime I make the moral argument, I'm disconnecting some huge chunk of their audience.
Okay,
And I'm not losing any of my audience by only fighting on the pragmatic level.
I think you are.
Okay.
That's
I
what-
don't.
I
Well,
guess
if
that's my
I
stance.
get emails from
I
people and
think
they're
you
like,
are- I think you're
Destiny,
losing
you
trust.
didn't say any moral.
I think you're both losing your audience, and I think your audience is drifting.
Okay. Not only do I disagree, there's no proof that you can give me of this, and I see plenty of proof to the contrary. I don't know. The only time I lose members in my audience is when I make a legitimate misstep. Those are where I see audience members lost. So if I conduct myself in a poor manner.
That's tautological. I'm saying I think you're making a misstep.
No, when my missteps are things of accusing Demon Mama of posting her own 4chan thread, or making derogatory statements toward suicidal people on fucking Twitter. Those are the times I'm. It's not because somebody's like, I saw him, but
Yeah, but this is exactly why you end up doing shit like that.
No, I do shit like that because I hate people on the internet. I lose myself sometimes. I go.
I know that, but part of the problem is that there isn't a moral. You're unwilling to moralize, and in fact, you're willing to take immoral stances because of how angry you are at people.
None of those are. That's not me. No, that's.
I'm gonna keep it playing. This is kind of like a slower part. It's harder to break down. I feel like Destiny's definitely made some moral arguments before. I don't feel like he's being super honest. Wait, I know he has. He's definitely said before, because I don't want to live in a country where like X thing happens. Yeah, he definitely has. But I guess you just when he does that though, he extends that to why he knows that the other person obviously shares that same belief. Which I think is probably pretty easy to do when he's talking about the kinds of things that Nick wants. So that's weird. I'm gonna get some water.
It's not me taking an immoral stance. That's me making a stupid mistake, and I know I shouldn't do it. Just because you make a mistake doesn't mean you take it.
This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You're willing to say it was stupid, but you're not willing to say it was wrong.
It was wrong. I'm saying it is wrong. But
it's immoral. It's immoral.
No, okay. I'm sorry. Hold on. We're getting into a weird semantic thing. When you said you're willing to take an immoral stance, what I'm hearing is you saying you're willing to bend your morality. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm doing things that are wrong, that I shouldn't be doing. That's what I mean. I think we agree on that. You just used an expression, and I thought you were saying that I'm changing my morality. I'm not changing my morality. I'm actually doing something that's immoral.
I know.
Okay,
yeah, I know.
okay.
You're doing something that you think is wrong.
Yeah, it was wrong, yes.
I'm saying the reason that you can be provoked into doing something that you think is wrong is partly because you don't want to take a moral stance. I think this opens you up to like when you said mowing down dipshit protesters, that thing.
I don't disagree with the statement. I just worded it wrong at the end. I should have said rioters at the end instead of protesters who want to set buildings on fire. I should have just said rioters.
You worded it morally wrong.
No, I stand by that statement 100%. Every single part of it. What part of it do you think I morally disagree with?
I think it's immoral to say that you wish for violence against rioters or death. You wish death upon rioters until they stop rioting.
If you
believe that, then why wouldn't you just say the police should just shoot them all?
Because I don't know if the police is the ammunition. Okay. What I'm saying is that if people
that's not a real answer. Actually, if it's okay to shoot rioters to stop the rioting, then why wouldn't you want the police to just do it?
If the police can do it, then the police should do it. If the police can do it, the police should do it. Then sure, fine. Sure. But
so you think the police should shoot rioters?
No, I don't think that. The thing is, I don't think pragmatically the police should go around shooting everybody who's fucking
pragmatically, exactly. But you're unwilling to say, I think it would be morally wrong for the police to shoot rioters. You have an aversion to saying it.
Because it's a different...
I know you, and I love you. When I say I love you, I know in my heart of hearts. I know in my heart of hearts, guys, I know that Steven does not believe. he's bitten a few bullets in this conversation that while he's gone, I'm going to do a little dentistry and kind of just remove them from his mouth. Destiny does... Wait, am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay. Destiny does not believe that the police should shoot rioters. Destiny doesn't believe that. He doesn't mean that, guys. Destiny thinks that it would be wrong for the police to shoot rioters.
The police showing up and shooting rioters is different than people defending their communities. It's a fundamentally different thing.
It would be wrong for the police to shoot rioters.
It's complicated. I don't know the answer to that one. That's a very difficult question. You can laugh if you want, but the reason why now I'm going to talk about riots and the police and the difficulties thereof, because you know what? People on the far right and people on the far left and people in the center have no fucking idea how fucking complicated it is to deal with riots. They're very hard to deal with, okay? The problem is when you have riots is that you have a limited number. Where's Mad Tips at? Where's my fucking Portland dude? The problem when you have riots is that you have a fuck ton of people that are all breaking the law, and you don't have the manpower to, one, arrest them all, and to, two, control them in a way that doesn't escalate violence. There is no easy way to deal with riots. That's why they shoot tear gas. That's why some people get killed. That's why some people
I know. I get what right. I know why.
So don't ask me like, what is the simple answer that a fucking police officer should have a better right? Riots are one of the most difficult fucking things in the fucking world to control. So no, I don't have a clear answer. When you go, well, look at that, Dustin, I got you because you don't have a fucking crystal clear answer on how the fuck you would deal with riots.
I'm saying you said the police should shoot them.
No, the police probably shouldn't shoot them. But
right, because that would be wrong.
Probably no.
You know that would be. It wouldn't be wrong. It would be illogical.
No, it's complicated.
So if somebody kills somebody you love, are you going to be like, this doesn't make any sense for you to do that? Or are you going to be like, hey, that hurts me and I was wrong?
We're not talking about who's hurt, but I'm saying that communities have a right to defend themselves with violence. Do police have the right to defend communities with violence? I don't know. It's a more complicated question.
Wait, if police don't have that, that's a big... Destiny dropped that really hard. That's the easiest time to say yes, they do. He says an outrageous statement, then tries to justify them so often. Yeah, I think sometimes for Destiny, that's like part of the fun. But that was he's so off his game right now. It's so easy. If you think that police should exist at all, then obviously police have the right to use violence to protect communities. Otherwise, they're not police. That's what police are. Police are people that are allowed to use violence to protect communities. That's like, that is a workable definition of what a police officer is. That's crazy that he would say, I don't know, there.
They already have that right, but they don't have the right to defend them with death unless they believe.
In the United
that
States,
they-
we do. God bless. We absolutely do. In the United States, we have the right to defend our property.
Well, the police do not have the right to defend your property. With
Police
violence.
might not. I don't know.
Right.
That's
They
right. It's
can't-
a more
they can't
complicated.
shoot.
Sure.
They can't shoot somebody for trying to steal your car. They arrest them if they think that you're
Well,
in
yeah, they
immediate
can- they
danger or
can.
they're in immediate danger. Then they can shoot them. I think the law on this is pretty established and it's pretty good.
Okay, then police don't have.
Can't a cop, if a cop says, hey, stop stealing that car, and then they draw their weapon, if the person doesn't stop stealing that car, can't they shoot them? I'm pretty sure.
The right, but people in the community do.
But this law is founded on a both a
Maybe I'm
logical
wrong.
and a moral core.
I thought they could.
What do you mean by that? Police are fundamentally different than the citizens that own the property.
Police are fundamentally, yes. I'm just saying that you're unwilling to take the soy stance of ever saying it would be wrong for the police to shoot these people.
No, I can probably take that sense. I think
Yo,
it'd
do
probably
we have
be
the
wrong.
same chair?
I hope so. It's probably wrong for the police to shoot rioters. Probably, unless
the
they're like
same
doing
chair.
something that's actually like.
We have the same chair.
I forgot about that. That's really good. Yeah,
Maybe I am like you.
I
think so?
agree with both of you guys. About
Apparently
Emily
in
and,
fucking one very important way. Oh, God.
I got the same chair too. Just throw that out there.
Really?
Yeah, and I had it before both of you. So
Do you really?
Wait, when did you get yours?
2012.
Yeah, that was before me.
I just remembered it because they're talking about their chairs. Don't ever buy any gaming chair, ever. They're all garbage. I've had a couple of them, unless it's the Secret Labs. Since they buy ergonomic chairs, they're actually good. Secret Labs is ergonomic chairs that are designed like gaming chairs. As somebody with a fucked up back, I can tell you, they're the only ones that are like actually fucking aren't dog shit and hurt you.
Dan, what do you think?
About what?
You have this is interesting. I assume that you see some of my side on this, but you also have a similar aversion to appearing soy, or I think you do.
I don't know. I don't know enough about this subject to comment, so I'm just gonna kind of not get involved for a few reasons. But you do you,
Okay.
man. I'm excited for you.
What do you think of the meta conversation?
What's that?
Do you think I'm being rhetorically ineffective, shouting over Steven? Do you think I'm doing the things that you said I was doing yesterday?
Standing here was hilarious. Oh yeah, the fact that Destiny stood up too. I feel like responding to Mr. Girl standing up by standing up as though he stood up for as a power move, and then to stand up to like meet the challenge of the perceived power move is really, really funny. Yeah, it's really weird.
Do I think that you're doing things? I mean, I don't fucking know, man.
I think it
Arguing
shows
with
where his
Steve is
head's
not,
at.
Like, what is this fucking standing shit right now between
Yeah.
you two cringe fucks?
Well, my back hurts, and
He started standing, so I
know.
figured we would just.
I have to stand. My physical therapist told me not to stand or sit for extended periods of time. I've started to have to set up 2 cameras. I just switch back and forth between them.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah. It's not a power play.
It fucking seems like a power play. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, well,
Well, we'll see. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. Whoever sits down first is the fucking beta bitch.
Okay.
That's for fucking facts. And if you leave the conversation, like I'm just saying, okay, whoever sits down first, don't even fucking say my name again. So we'll see
Dan.
who really actually can.
Dan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I didn't
You won,
remember,
Steve.
but I
Congrats.
Oh God.
You gotta
yeah, I
stay
have a
standing
disc
for
problem,
a few more seconds though.
Have you
Can't
tried
just
oral
let it.
waxing?
Yes. I believe
Everything's
me.
a power play to these people.
There's
They're
some
so
things it doesn't
overly
work for.
paranoid.
Not.
Normal people don't think like this. Yeah, I would be really embarrassed if I stood because somebody else was standing. I guess it would make me feel like too weak to like so weak that I had to care, I guess. Like that it emotionally got to me. I feel really, really weird if I stood upon reflection.
Sees and bulging discs.
Okay. Are we at rock bottom yet?
I used to stand a lot.
You said.
I think you just did it there to be funny. I don't know. I don't know, because he's been so angry. I don't think it was to be funny. I think he was really mad, and then he's just been like so deep into the debate mode brain that I think that he was just like rising to the challenge here. To be honest, I think Dan helped make it funny. But that's pure.
You won't say
pure
it's
conjecture.
wrong for the police to shoot protesters.
I have no legitimate
Bite
reason
that
to feel
bullet.
that way.
I
but
feel like you're
that's why
biting. I feel like,
No,
I feel like
I
you're
already
biting.
said
I feel
it's-
guilty. I feel guilty about the bullets you're biting.
No, I said that it's probably different.
But
Yeah.
I think Destiny's even said in here. Sorry, I'm using my straw man voice. Like he knows he's going over the line. He knows he's getting like too far into it than is appropriate with Mr. Girl.
But you won't say it's wrong.
Yeah, damn! Look at that. Everybody who's chatted today is a member now.
Is it wrong for the
It's-
police to shoot
style.
rioters?
what do you mean by rioter? You're gonna have to give me more.
See, you won't.
Because
you're
of
biting
what-
so
okay.
many bullets. I'm worried. I'm literally worried about how
Like,
many bullets
okay,
you're biting.
I understand more why
He's gonna
you
get
get
lead
upset by
poisoning.
my take on language. It's because I think you're the one that thrives in the ambiguous language environment. I think that you have an inability sometimes to grapple concretely with these concepts, and I think that you actually flourish in the areas where there is the maximum amount of ambiguity. It allows you to ask really strong questions,
Like a
and
mold.
every single answer to you is like a choose your own adventure book where you get to turn the next page to whatever chapter you want and go down whatever road you want because you're unwilling to commit yourself to a concrete position. So when you ask me, can you shoot rioters? Well, a rioter in one sense could be defined as a person that's outside at night at 10:01 p.m., 1 minute past curfew, or it could be a dude that's trying to set a building on fire with a family inside. And you ask me, is it okay to shoot either one of those people? What a stupid language game to play. How the fuck could I ever answer that question if you're not willing to provide a little bit more clarity about what you mean by rioter? But you don't want to provide the clarity because you want to prove the point that, well, actually, when I use this definition in this way, I can make this, I can make this as favorable as I want to, and that's what you want to do instead of actually answering the question of what is a rioter, and then you could give me a simple answer, and then I could give you a simple response. But you're unwilling to do that. Instead, you.
Destiny's the one that said I should have said rioters. So when Mr. Girl says rioter, he's kind of playing the same game he's been playing. So if Mr. Girl says rioter, why would he have to define it when he's using the same word that Destiny said he should have used? Seems to me like he's saying rioter is however you meant it when you said it, Destiny.
You laugh like the Giga Chad, and you say, ha 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 ha, I knew you wouldn't
Projection
answer
here,
this.
Destiny.
I win the debate.
Yeah, like
Can
it
I
kind of
respond?
has to be
Yeah, of course.
You're
because-
straw manning me.
of how I just because of what I
This
just
is
laid out.
bullshit.
Why can't you just answer
And-
what is a rioter?
I want
She's
to
the one that said
respond.
it.
Okay.
You said
Oh,
dipshit protesters, and then
Okay,
you said I
good.
wish I'd said rioters.
Yes. Because I said protesters that are setting.
Well, no, let me
buildings on-
finish. Let me fuck.
Well, you didn't finish my quote.
finish.
You didn't finish
Let me
my
finish.
quote, so yeah.
I swear, I didn't like rewatch the rest of this. It's been like since it came out since I've seen it.
No, if you, okay, you said you wish you'd said rioters instead. So we started using the word rioter in this conversation.
Yes.
And now we have a few. Now I guess you're saying that it's confusing. You don't know what I mean by the word rioter. You think that you're unwilling to say it's wrong for the police to shoot rioters because you're pretending. Yeah, you're pretending to think that maybe I'm asking you. Do you think it's okay for the police to shoot anybody who's outside at 10:01? No, you don't think I'm asking that. You're pretending to think
rioters is
that I'm
standing
asking
here
you.
for
No. Let me finish. Let me fucking finish. You're pretending to think that I'm asking you. Do you think it's wrong to shoot a rioter who is about to kill a family?
You guys know what time it is, right?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking whatever the fuck you meant by rioter. I think
Yes.
we both have the same images. People burning down buildings.
Like, I understand sometimes when Destiny plays the piano, but Mr. Girl has like a really solid point here. And maybe I'm just saying that because it's the argument that I made right before he said it. But I do think it's a really good point, and I think that Destiny's trying to act like motherfucker did the piano tactic to be dismissive. Yeah, I think dismissing it after acting like a total ass about demanding the definition. Now, if it wasn't like this, and there was just this ambiguity as to what rioter meant, and Destiny didn't use it first, sure, I think you can act like an ass about it because you keep getting asked a question about it, and you're not, you don't know what you're signing up for. But Mr. Girl is the one who signed up for Destiny's definition. After this, Mr. Girl should have immediately called him out on it. Maybe even ended the talk here. Not gonna lie. He still cares about Destiny at this point, like a lot. He doesn't want to like leave in the middle of a talk with him.
Throwing shit through windows, flipping over cars, punching each other in the face, rioting. Now, I assume when you say, it might be okay for the police to shoot rioters, or when you're talking about mowing down dipshit protester or rioters, I assume you were not talking about people who it's legal for the police to shoot or for other people to shoot in any circumstance.
Shit.
Right?
I actually do like that. I liked what he was playing.
So
When you use riot, oh, I'm sorry. I thought
No,
when you said riot, it was like because there's usually a question mark and inflection up in voice. I thought I could get to respond, but that was just a rhetorical strategy. You want to keep going? Okay.
Do you think that he's actually going to respond to Mr. Girl saying, "I meant whatever you meant when you said it"?
It is a subject of debate of whether or not people should be allowed to defend their property with lethal force. That was a big contention around the Rittenhouse stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I said,
I
think that communities have a right, if they want to roll out whatever fucking militias they want, and they want to defend their properties by killing people that are rioting, that are protesters, that are
I think it's probably worse than that.
burning down buildings past 10 p.m., I think is what I said. So people engaged in arson, I think that the community should have the right to do that. That's what I said. So when you say, well, would I really ask you if it's okay to kill people that the cops could already kill? Well, I don't know. That was kind of the subject of that entire fiasco, is whether or not police or community members have a right to kill people to protect their property. That was kind of the subject of the entire debate.
It's Vosh a lot. He'll start calling out Vosh on what he perceived as rhetoric tactics. Yeah, I think one of the things I like about Mr. Girl is that he... I think he cares more about it now. He cares. I think he cares more about those kinds of tactics, like rhetorical tricks, if they're dishonest. And that's
Do you
all
think
that really
that the
matters
police should have the right to shoot people who are committing arson?
Yes, absolutely.
Even if they're not in a riot?
It's gonna depend on what if they shout stop and the person doesn't stop, or you probably shouldn't just shoot a person who's going to commit arson. Probably not.
But if it's in a riot, then you think they should have an extra ability to do that?
Potentially. It's going to depend on the exact situation. If it's a 5-year-old who's going to set a building on fire and there's not many people around over, the cops will stop. Otherwise, it's not like the first choice.
Is there you know a lot of these rhetorical words. Is there a name for what you just did? It's just is it straw manning where you pretend that I'm asking about shooting a 5-year-old? Is there a more specific word for that fucking maneuver?
This is a rare example where his naivete in like this space actually, I think, makes what he said like really good.
So
Because he's being honest.
here's what you're doing. I don't know what you're saying I'm doing. I'm trying to clarify. And you're getting upset about what I'm saying.
You're not clarifying by
I
bringing up
am
5-year-olds.
clarifying.
You are obfuscating. You know that I'm not asking about 5-year-olds.
Here's
I'm
what
saying,
you're
is
doing.
Is your statement
Oh, he's
specifically about
not.
riots, or are you just saying that people
He's
should
not gonna
shoot
answer.
people when they can legally shoot them anyway? And that
You're
just bringing
asking
up riots?
me if a category of things is wrong. And I'm trying to figure out what part of the subcategories you're talking about. This is the equivalent of you coming to me and going, do you think it's immoral to have sex with somebody when they're asleep? And then I'm like, well, is it somebody you're dating? Have you already gotten consent? Are they like drugged? And you're like, oh, you won't even answer the question. Do you really think I think it's somebody that's drugged? Do you really think I'm asking you if it's a straight?
No, I think the better equivalent would be is that Mr. Girl asked him that, and Destiny said, "Well, obviously not a 5-year-old."
Why would you
And
just
Mr.
engage?
Girl said, "Do you really think that I was asking if it was immoral to sleep with have sex with a 5-year-old if they were sleeping? No, that's not what you think. Well, you could just make the direct comparison."
Honestly, I don't know what the fuck you mean.
It's
I don't know what
just
the
as
fuck a
much of a
rioter is
straw
to you.
man.
We haven't had a complicated conversation about what you consider to be a rioter or an
So
arsonist.
therefore, you think I might mean a 5-year-old?
I don't know what you mean. That's why I'm asking. So I'm giving you so hold on. When you say like, is it okay to have sex with somebody that's sleeping? I'm gonna give the most absurd example. Sleeping like a fucking stranger at a party, and then you'll probably go, obviously not a stranger party, and then you'll probably go on to give like, well, I'm talking about this specific instance or this category of person. So when you say, is it okay to shoot an arsonist? Well, I don't know. If there are like two teenagers trying to set a fucking a dumpster outside a gas station on fire, and a fucking squad of like Dwayne the Rock Johnson 5-man SWAT teams show up and like, we're gonna fuck it all up. Probably not okay. But if there's a group of like 100 people, if there's a group,
I don't know. Fires at gas stations freak me out. That might be one of the only times I'd agree with
of
that.
100 people outside, and they're all like trashing a store, and they might start setting shit on fire, and the cops show up like, hey, you guys need to disperse, and you need to blah blah blah, and nobody's listening, and people start fighting or whatever, and then people start getting shot or whatever over that. People like Sam Cedar would say, wow, ultimately the cops showed up and they killed people over property, over things like arson, and that's wrong. That was part of the whole argument. Sam Cedar argues, and I talked about this, he says Kyle Rittenhouse killed people in defense of property. And I said, no, he
That's not
didn't.
true. Yeah, I agree.
Well, but that's not what he thinks.
I know.
Because I said, no, he did it in self-defense. He said, self-defense, why? Because he put himself there to protect property. Kyle Rittenhouse killed people in defense of property. So I don't know what you mean when you say, is it okay for them to kill? That's why I'm trying to
That's a bad
clarify.
line of
It's
argument.
very
If
irritating
Sam Cedar
that
said
I'm
that.
understanding
I'm pretty sure he
because you're fighting against my lived experience now, where I've heard that phrase used 50 million different times to mean 50 million different things. And you're trying to pretend like there's a clear-cut definition when you say, should you be able to kill somebody who's committing arson or rioting? And you
This is working out really well for Destiny because he's gotten really far off the point here, and now Mr. Grill's just going with the conversation. But it's we're long gone. We're too far out into the meta conversation for it to have any impact on the main topic of is Fuentes a Nazi.
You're pretending like I haven't heard that same phrase uttered in 50,000 different ways by 50,000 different actors.
And we're actually like,
Can I respond?
Yeah, go.
we're very, very, very much into Destiny's territory now, which I think is why he's like a lot more energized because he like all the difficult part of the conversation's past him now. It's all behind him. Like he's been successful in derailing it to where like he's back in his what's the word? Comfort zone, I guess. I don't know.
Go for it.
You
Like his field of
said the
expertise.
statement.
Yeah, I did.
stand by this statement
Yeah.
100%
And then
about
changed it.
mowing down dipshit riders.
Yeah. Babe.
Well, he said protesters, then he changed it.
Sorry.
I
So maybe it's divided
assumed
at
you had a
90%.
definition of rider in mind when you
Mm-hmm.
said that sentence.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's great, Mr. Grill. Wow, he really held on to that. Fantastic.
So I changed the sentence, and I assume that you know this, and this is why I feel like you're obfuscating, because we're taking the statement you made, and I'm saying, what if we change this part of the sentence? What if instead we say it's civilians mowing down dipshit rioters? What if it's the police? And then all of a sudden, you don't know what any of the words you just used mean. All of a sudden, you have to ask me if a rioter means a 5-year-old.
I didn't think we'd get back to this. So once again, I can ask: do you think that Destiny will actually concede that he does know what rioters means then? Because he said it?
World when you're the fucking person who just used the word.
Because-
so you're wait.
Mr. Girl's
So
so
your
valid
analogy
for this.
about should I have
Jesus
sex with somebody?
Christ.
Can I have sex with somebody who's sleeping? Question doesn't make any sense because that would be me using words and you don't know what they mean, but you're using words and then saying you don't know what they mean. Did you mean 5-year-olds when you were talking about mowing down
feel like
dipshit
it's fully out of
protesters?
it.
Did you mean 5-year-olds?
You don't know what words I meant. And when
Did you mean 5-year-olds?
no, Max.
Okay, did you think that I thought you meant 5-year-olds?
I can see into the matrix. I can see into the language matrix. I'm enlightened, Max, and that's the problem. Now I see everything.
He's still avoiding it. I could not have held on to my point that long through the conversation that him and Destiny had.
Let me give you. I'm gonna give. Okay, I'm gonna return to this.
Wait,
I'm coming. No.
please
I didn't mean
answer this
5-year-olds.
question,
I didn't
and
mean
then
5-year-olds. I didn't mean
you can take it
5-year-olds. I
away.
didn't mean 5-year-olds. I didn't mean 5-year-olds.
Do you think that I thought you meant 5-year-olds?
I don't know what you thought.
Do you think that it's likely that I thought you meant 5-year-olds?
I don't know what you think I thought. I don't know.
Do you think it's like, okay, so you have no opinion?
I have no.
Yet, now Destiny is doing his I am so smart I can emulate your mind inside my mind, the ultimate win. But don't call it mind reading, because that's what Mr. Grill does, and that's bad.
No idea what you think about that.
When you say to me, I think that it's okay to mow down dipshit rioters, you're thinking, as I'm saying this, there's a decent chance that Max thinks I mean 5-year-olds. And I'm
Not
okay with
5-year-olds, but you might think I mean anybody that's out rioting. Maybe that means
that. Did you
anybody out
think
there at
I
past
thought
curfew.
you meant 5-year-olds?
I don't know. Not 5-year-olds.
Because that's what you asked me. That's the
Yeah, because
example you
that's the
gave me.
most
When I
extreme-
asked your own question back to you, you're like, well, how the fuck do I know what anything means now? You said it. That's why I've been so fucking insistent on this, because it prevents you from obfuscating when I say, let's just use your definition for everything. You can use your definition because this is
why
your community we're talking about your messaging to, so you can use your definition.
Okay, real quick, I have to leave in like 2 minutes, okay? So, because I have said I would moderate another debate 25 minutes ago, okay? So so here's the issue, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say that I make a statement like this, and I say, I think it's okay to fuck my girlfriend while she's asleep. Let's say that I say that statement, okay?
Yeah.
And then you come up to me and you're like, oh, wait, hold on. Do you think it's okay to come on somebody's face while they're asleep? Now, you're only changing like one part of that statement, but
See how this maps onto anything.
you might have a
No, I changed two parts of the statement. One is come and one is somebody. I changed girlfriend to somebody. I didn't do that with your statement. I just changed one part.
You changed. First, you said protesters.
You
then
changed
you said,
it to rioter.
Well, because my original definition was protesters who set things on fire, which is a rioter. Then you changed it to arsonist. So, which specifically means setting a building on fire. You changed two parts of it.
You changed those parts. You said I didn't mean protester, I meant rioter. And I said,
Because
okay, let's say rioter. And then you said, what if they're setting a building on fire? I said, okay, then let's say arsonist. I keep going on. I'm following you.
Okay, you can engage with the conversation. All I'm asking you, this is why I know that I'm in the right in this conversation, and I'm actually, now my mind is solidified. No feedback will change my mind. This is why I know that I'm more consistently correct in all of our conversation. You can write me an essay transcript later. Every time you've gotten mad at me, it's when I'm trying to get further clarification on what you're saying. And I think that when I'm seeking clarification for your definitions and you get upset, it's because you're playing word games and you're either too ignorant to realize it, or you're getting upset because I'm not letting you run.
That is an insane response to give. I didn't remember that part. That's crazy for him to say. I'm like legitimately baffled that he would take this stance when like probably Mr. Grill couldn't possibly be more right here.
To the conversation where
he hasn't addressed it like at all.
Want to go. If you're getting mad at me for seeking clarification, that is a you problem that you need to either work out in therapy or on your stream or in some other rhetorical or logical way.
He's seeking clarification for what Mr. Grill said when Mr. Grill used Destiny's own words back to him. Like, I don't understand. I don't. That's crazy to me.
and I'm not going to help you with it. I'm never going to change the way that I have conversations or address them. It is your problem if when I ask you for clarification, you're actually getting mad at it. And it's happened so many times in this conversation. What is a Nazi? What does anti-Semitic mean? What is a Jewish conspiracy? What is an arsonist? You're getting upset when I'm trying to clarify because I want to have a real conversation about real fucking topics and real fucking policies, and you want to get caught up like, well, I'm just asking if it's like a fucking arsonist, blah, 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 blah. If you get mad at that, I don't give a fuck, okay? I'll give you the final word on this, and then I have to go. I got to do this.
My last question.
Yeah, go.
If I believe you're asking for clarification in bad faith to create confusion and to obfuscate, and it's not a real question, but you're actually derailing what I'm saying, what do you want me to do if I think you're doing that?
Then you answer the question, you explain why you think it's in bad faith. But really, actually, no, you should hang up. If you really think I'm truly functioning in bad faith, then obviously my only goal is going to be to try to run circles around you with debate bro tactics. I'm going to avoid every question you ask. You really truly think, but I don't know why the fuck you would come up here and argue about this for the third time if you think I'm doing it in bad faith.
That's what Destiny did in this. Destiny just described exactly what he did. Just like when he had all of Mr. Girl, he's like, I wrote down everything you said so I could respond to it. I responded to everything you said. He did write it down, but he didn't actually respond to any of it. Just prior to him, like when he made that comment, at least. I guess he just told him right there.
Because I don't think you're only bad faith. I just think that some of the things you do are evasive. But if you're saying if I think you're being evasive at all, I should hang up on you.
And your examples of me being evasive are me trying to clarify what the fuck you're actually asking me half the time. Because you're content to just hang these things out there. But like, do you think that he's a Nazi? Do you concede that some people do you think that he's a fascist? Do you think he's yeah, some people could. But I'm just trying to get clarification. I'm fucking open a notepad. I'm trying to fucking type down every fucking word you're saying for some of these statements. And then you're saying I'm strawmanning you and I'm bad faith. And I'm trying my fucking best to understand what the fuck you're saying. And when I ask for clarification, you get upset.
What do you want me to do? If I think you're doing that, do you want me to not say that I think you're?
Then just say I think you're missing the point here, or I think that this is disanalogous, or I think that this. But don't say like, oh, you're trying to obfuscate by doing this. I'm not trying to obfuscate. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck we're talking about. There's been like 7 different times in our conversation where I've had to pull back and I go, Max, what the fuck is the macro convo? What are we fucking talking about right now? Because earlier you were like, the only thing I want you to do is define Nazi and say whether or not he's a Nazi. And I did that like halfway into this convo. Like, okay, Max, I did that. Now what are we talking about? It's like, well, now I'm upset because okay, well, and then I have to back up and figure out, well, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? And you're getting upset every time I try to seek clarification. Maybe you think that my seeking clarification is like a Nazi debate strategy or some shit. I don't know, but like, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck we're talking about.
Okay, so if I think you're being evasive, you want me to not say that?
Say that like, this is just clarify what you mean. Like, I love talking. I'll talk for as much as you want to clarify whatever you want. I'm not trying to be evasive. I think I'm pretty to the point and I speak pretty quickly and I try to get like really quickly to where I want to go.
If you say something and I think it's evasive, you want me to just not think it's evasive? I can't control that.
What do you think is an example of like, what do you think is an example of me being evasive? Just real quick. And then, just one example.
Asking me if I meant 5-year-olds.
Okay, when I asked you if you meant 5-year-olds, it's because...
He's not answering what he wants to do.
This is what I want you to do, okay? You're saying, so is it okay for the police to shoot arsonists?
I feel like I'm like perfectly at the frequency that Mr. Girl is in being frustrated with Destiny about this. Jesus Christ. I'm so frustrated by it that all I can do is
and I'm
laugh.
going, fuck. I don't know. That's if I say yes, your next question is going to be, oh, okay. So say there are a group of teenagers and they're trying to set fire to trash cans for fun. You think the cops should be able to kill them?
Don't let Mr. Girl gaslight you, dude. He's trying to argue the fact that you won't adhere to his worldview rather than being the change he wants to see. He just seems to whine. What? Feels like he's not mature enough to deal with the situation when someone thinks he's evasive, but he really doesn't think so. It's crazy because I don't know what Destiny thinks about it because he won't fucking answer. Yeah, maybe it is maturity. I don't know. The big question to me is like, I don't know. Yeah, like I actually can't tell. How do I want to word this? I can't tell if Destiny's just done this sort of thing so much that he genuinely doesn't understand that he's like dodging the question. And so I mean, he's so intelligent that I feel like this has to all be intentional. But at the same time, I know that like you can just have like defensive mechanisms that you are like so in the rhythm of, like you just do so often that it is like almost completely subconscious. So it's hard for me to say like Destiny's doing this and he knows it on purpose. I lean towards that, but I couldn't make a definitive statement. Like if I was a betting man, and I had to bet all of my money, one way or the other, or no, if I had like, I'd probably split it up 80-20. Yeah.
And then I go,
Okay.
No, shut the fuck up. And then I go, okay, no, probably not in that case. Now you've got me. You fucked me in the ass. You're gonna go back there and
wouldn't
say,
do that
stop.
to you.
You have been this whole conversation,
I
dude.
would never do that to you. I would never,
You're just
ever,
wrong.
ever
You've
engage in
done
such
it
bad faith. I would
every
never do
single
that to you.
time.
I would never give you a ridiculous example that you obviously didn't mean.
That's not a
no,
ridiculous
I wouldn't do that to you. That's
no.
straw manning. I wouldn't straw man you like that.
That's
And if I
not
did,
a
I hope you'd
ridiculous
call me out on
example.
it.
No, that's not a ridiculous example. You asked me a question. Is it okay for the cops
A
to kill
five-year-old.
arsonists?
A 5-year-old
Not
is a ridiculous
5-year-old.
example.
You can say that it's but a group of teenagers setting shit up for dude. I used
But
to do
you
this as a fucking
said
kid.
5-year-old.
Dude, you're not even
Yes.
engaging. I'm telling you that if I answer yes to that question, you could spin up a million hypothetical scenarios that make me look really bad and would probably be a thing I wouldn't say yes to. And now I've got to say, okay, if it was a group of teenagers like setting piece of paper in front of them, probably not have the cops shoot
dodging
them.
the
And you go,
5-year-old
oh,
a
so
lot.
then you would walk back and you go,
wouldn't
now you're
do
being
that to
weaselly.
you.
You've done it to me about the definition of every fucking word we've argued about.
I wouldn't do that to you. I
No,
would
he
not.
hasn't. He's
No,
just
I wouldn't.
said, I mean whatever
haven't.
you
I've
meant
said
when
we
you
can
said it.
use your definition for every single word. Every single time I've been very clear. We can use your definition. I'm not going to try to say, well,
That Destiny is actually definitionally like gaslighting his audience about this right now. This is crazy. Like the first time I watched this series of debates, I very much felt like Mr. Girl won. But like watching it over again, like especially that part right there of him trying to reframe this entire thing as Mr. Girl trying to like word police him like that. It's crazy.
technically a 5-year-old with a lighter is an arsonist. So now you're saying it's okay for the police.
You
to
keep
shoot
going back to the
5-year-olds?
5-year-old. I'm saying you
I
can
see.
use
Okay, now I get
teenagers.
it. I get why you're doing it now. You don't trust me.
No.
You don't trust me. You don't trust me enough. You think that I'm going to be bad faith, and so you're trying to wall off further lines of argumentation that you think I'm going to go down that I'm not going to.
No.
I'm not going to do that to you.
I'm walling it off because I want to remain clear as fuck about what
You
we're
don't need to
talking
bring up
about.
5-years to be clear about
What
what
about
you mean by
teenagers?
arsonists.
If I say
Yes, you do need to bring up teenagers,
okay,
but not 5-year-olds.
then if I say cops should be able to kill arsonists, and then you ask,
I think there's actually another part of the saga where Destiny does a post-mortem about this kind of admits he wasn't being honest here because he was trying to game Nick. But it just comes off as another shift by Destiny, and he doesn't get that he's admitting to being dishonest to Mr. Girl. Interesting. If you have a link, I'd be super interested to see that. That would definitely go a lot into my understanding of this interaction on Destiny's side. But I feel like this last part here, where Destiny's like trying to like wrap it and summarize what had just happened by him saying that Mr. Girl's been doing that to him, like word policing him on every definition, when Mr. Girl has actually just said, like, I mean whatever you meant when you said it. Like, you know what you meant? I'm fine with just adhering to, even if I couldn't imagine it, whatever you meant, that's fine by me. I can imagine all the possibilities of what you meant based on me knowing you and knowing the word. That's fine with me. Whatever you meant, that's cool. And Destiny's like, I don't know what you mean. There's nothing, you couldn't possibly be more dishonest than that. And then to try to flip it around on him, it's crazy.
me next, do you think teenagers setting trash cans on fire?
Like Destiny has to actually think one of two things. He either thinks that his audience is completely retarded to accept that reframing, or that they just accept what he says so much without any second thoughts that they'll accept it. And then maybe that would explain why he banned that subreddit post being critical of him, because obviously that person isn't going to be susceptible to that kind of thing. That's pretty conspiratorial thinking. It's kind of me taking an easy shot here, but it's crazy for him to say that. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. If I was like, if I wasn't like really impressed that Mr. Girl won with this, like because like when I first watched it, I was just like, this is crazy that Destiny's losing this debate. Holy shit. And I was thinking more like on Destiny's side, even if I was on his side, I'd be like, I'd be pretty insulted as an audience member for him to try to like explain to me that that's what just happened.
Qualify for that?
I wasn't going to ask you that.
I don't
knew
know
what you
that.
meant. I knew.
Really?
I
What-
knew you meant.
Okay, hold on. What did
you
I
meant
mean then? Tell me.
people setting fire to buildings that have people inside or are likely to have people inside.
Okay, maybe. They don't have to have people inside. I think just defensive property is worthwhile enough.
Okay, I was giving you the benefit. I was giving you an even
You haven't
narrower...
been charitable to be at any...
Yes, that is a charitable interpretation.
Yeah, that
That's
is
what
a
I thought
charitable
you meant.
interpretation, but you haven't been
Okay,
charitable for any
great.
other part of it. Why would you be charitable now?
Because you said that you gave the example of arsonists setting fire to a building with people inside.
Okay.
So I'm using your example. You don't trust me enough. I see the whole problem now.
Okay.
We need to work on that.
We'll work on it. Okay. I love you, buddy. I appreciate the conversations.
you
It's
too.
been fun.
That's a really charitable interpretation by Mr. Girl here by saying like you don't trust me enough is the problem. I can't imagine that he really thinks that Destiny thought the things that he just said at the end there. Like that has to be bad faith on Destiny's part. Yeah, you can, Emery. Give me 1 minute. Let me finish the last
Be careful.
I do
like,
too. Okay, bye.
30 seconds.
Why are you here? Are you still here? Or did you go AFK?
Oh, should I not be here?
No, it seems like this would be very boring. How do you, how are you feeling?
Whoops.
Okay.
Okay. I've been trying to find it, but I can't. I think it came out during the Kanye West arc. It was a response because it just became so obvious that Nick was a Nazi during that arc. I see. Well, like, there's no like pressure, no rush or anything. If you happen to find it, if you put it in the Discord, are you in the Discord, Shieldro? I mean, if not, I guess you can just put it in stream, sometime. But if you come across it, and you shoot it over to me, I will watch it on stream because I am really interested. Emery said he wants to talk about this a little bit, so I'm gonna pull him in. Yo.
What's up? Hey, so he has a certain thought process that I've noticed with people. I think maybe you know this as well, but you'll notice that when he's friends with somebody, he's like ultra charitable, like beyond charitable. So for instance, Mr. Girl, we love Mr. Girl, but there's a lot of reasons why a lot of people wouldn't be willing to work with Mr. Girl or even watch his content because there's an immediately off kilter thing about how he does his content that's interesting, but very much like kind of like, well, we've seen stuff with MOC or other content creators that like put on like this kind of front. So it's very much like I don't want to touch that. So ultra charitable of Mr. Grohl because he gets content off of Mr. Grohl, and he's like, as Mr. Grohl describes, his exotic pet kind of thing. So when people are saying Mr. Grohl's a pedophile, Mr. Grohl's this, Mr. Grohl's that, Destiny's like, well, yeah, I think like there's reasons to be sus of him, but I think he makes interesting content, blah, 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 blah. But I think the moment once Mr. Grohl was going after him and saying like, hey, I got problems with this and this and this, and like I break content, this whole moral thing, now it goes immediately to like, oh, he's a pedophile, oh, he's a rapist. He does this also, it's the opposite too, for Keffels. Hated Keffels. He despised Keffels with every fiber of his being. He insinuated Keffels was grooming people into being trans. But once Keffels apologizes
the bathtub hormone stuff.
It might be more than that, but yeah, stuff like that.
Okay.
But as soon as Keffels apologizes, doesn't seem to have an issue with her anymore, or at least doesn't like say it out loud, and actually kind of presents like charitable lights of Keffels whenever he does mention her, which is very rare, but still. So I think the more I've looked at this guy, his inner being is I don't think he is like I think he is his career. Like he basically like how he interacts with people like Melina. Melina was such an angel. I don't think she would do this. But once everything's on the rocks and Melina wants a divorce and everything, no, like I think she's the fucking devil.
Yeah,
Um,
Big C said, "Stop thinking about Destiny. He's trying to be honest. Stop looking at Destiny in personal light and realize that Destiny doesn't care about Mr. Girl at this point." Yeah, I think that Mr. Girl became the enemy throughout this conversation because he's putting so much on him that he's making it like Nick Fuentes at this point is like very lucrative for Destiny to talk to. It's a chance for him to pull audience away from him. It's also a good opportunity to get audience that's already there to be more engaged. And it's still, but when Mr. Girl's talking to him about this, it makes some of the people that's already in his audience pull back from it a bit. And this is making it a thing that's lucrative less so. So I think that in his mind, you're fucking up a good thing I got going for me. Now you're the enemy.
Yeah, so I think the way he sees relationships with people or people in general as a lot of potentials, a lot of different things, and he seems to be very paranoid. Whether that's like because of like his past or whatever, or he's been that way for a while since a kid or something. I don't know how his mind works, but for a good comparison's sake, is I think he treats Nick Fuentes very much like how you would treat Molina when they're on good terms, whether that means good business terms or whether that means good romantic terms. The difference is very minimal. The difference is very much like and how they interact, but the difference is still going to be noticeable. Well, the similarities are going to be noticeable because he's going to basically treat them with the same charitability, is what I'm saying. So, like Nick Fuentes, when somebody's saying Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, blah 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 blah, it's like, well, yeah, he has like a very specific relationship with Nick Fuentes, but he benefits from this relationship with Nick Fuentes, and if he says something as extreme as that, or he like goes in hard on that, to a degree where Nick Fuentes would be willing to not work with him, which ends up happening anyway, then like that doesn't stand to benefit him. So he'll argue day and night with Mr. Grohl and what a Nazi is when he's like super inconsistent otherwise. So yeah, I think it's just basically him being very inconsistent with people and not really viewing people as important as they should be and as individuals as he also should be doing. Like people aren't individuals; people are just brackets, boxes. Like they're boxed into certain things for his mind. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I think Destiny treats people very much as either friendly or enemy based on how good are they for me. I guess we could reduce it down to financially. How good are they for? Because it could be like, how good are they for my image? How good are they for this thing that I'm trying to accomplish with my stream? And if they're bad for it, then they're bad for my pocket, and then they become an enemy. And I need to make sure they're an enemy. Also, I missed it. All around says Max stays so charitable and just says the trust issue and ignores all the incredibly bad reframings leading to the audience thinking Max is bad faith. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that he didn't call that out. Because I would have. Destiny was able to turn the entire narrative in just 3 shows. Nick was no longer the Nazi, and Mr. Girl made into Hitler.
I'm looking. There's one example that comes to mind that I thought says more about him the more I think about it. It seemed kind of something to glance over at first, but actually the story tells me a lot about his mind. The Denims and Little Fox story, basically he's just like he preemptively does a whole lot of things because he's very paranoid about his image and he doesn't trust these people for whatever good reasons or bad reasons. And so like when his mind hits of like, oh, I think they're gonna like try to cancel me for some like false allegations or shit, I don't know if like he honestly thinks that or that's just an excuse for him to do, but like it seems weird because the story doesn't really make sense in terms of why he would even preemptively do anything, because at the end of the day, like all the little stuff like that they did and that he did to them is all really small and petty. It's very odd. It's very, very odd.
when
Um,
when I first heard Destiny talk about it, it made perfect sense to me. That I
he's
think that the report did the best job of re-showing that example out of everything else that it showed. When I reread about that in the report, I was just like, this is such a fucking weird move and such a
mhm,
big red flag to me. Oh my God. But I remembered listening to him talk about it, and I was like,
mhm.
yeah, they're being fucking weird. Get them out of there. And
Yeah,
I didn't even consider the other side of it at all. Um,
I, I I don't even want to be that guy because I don't know him that well. Obviously, I don't know the person. I only see what's on screen and the stories I've heard. But like
what
that
is
to
wrong
me
with you?
struck me as like a form of schizophrenia or like paranoia or something. I don't know what that was. So obviously no diagnosing, but like dude, like I don't understand how he got there because that you have
Good
to
night,
have a
lady.
lot. Yeah,
Sorry, continue. I was just saying goodnight to my wife. She's going to bed.
yeah, that's fine. You have to. I think the paranoia is earned through his platform. Like it makes sense why he has the paranoia, but I think
Sure.
it's a huge amount, like an extraordinary amount in comparison to like most other streamers. I think.
Um, I think it served him well because
Yeah.
the way that he engages with it, um, doesn't come off to his viewers as him being paranoid. In fact, it
Hmm.
ends up making it looks like he won then. Oh, Pixie
Um.
said goodnight to you, lady. Um, but yeah, as soon as somebody's not good for him, he does seem to flip like and go like
Yeah.
super hard.
I've
Um,
been.
there's like no
Uh
escalation.
yeah. Um. There's one thing that somebody pointed out. I forget how to say his name. I don't really like this guy. He's from Spicy Chat, but his his coverage on Destiny's divorce thing has been like spot fucking on. Like so, he's been doing really good base content on that.
Is it
Queeman, I
Queeman?
think. Yeah, he's been really based on this. But he said something, and I was like, yes, that's what I've been thinking this entire time. He said, Destiny does moments. He has moments where he's telling you exactly the type of person is. So when
Yeah.
somebody tells you who they are, like like take it a little bit more seriously than you should. He'll compare himself to like Light Yagami, like
Yeah,
Death Note.
during the Bob Seven thing. That's what I think about a lot.
Yeah, and he'll say stuff like, "I know I used to manipulate a lot, blah blah blah, and I don't do it as much." But it's like when someone tells you stuff like that, like you gotta at least keep it in the back of your mind a little bit in terms of like what you're looking at and how things might not line up, like in past or future. Like so, like when someone does that, you have to keep that in mind that like that's very just because honest about how they were manipulated, you also got to keep in mind that they could still be manipulating you in some certain or sort of ways. And I think if you're like cosplaying almost as like a Light Yagami, like I'm super 4D chess player, like I'm one of the smartest motherfuckers. And honestly, I think all due respect, actually respect given to him, he's really good at it. He's impressive at it. There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
People think like when I say this that I'm like schizo for this. No, there's a lot of people that are impressive at manipulating others into doing what they want. There are a lot of amazing emotional abusers, a lot of amazing manipulators. It's not that out of the realm of possibility that he is what he says he is, like an incredibly good manipulator. So
I
yeah.
I agree. When I was in like my late teens and early 20s, I was an extremely manipulative person. I was also homeless a lot, and it's basically how I stayed having a house over, like a roof over my head and shit. And I think I've actually like overcorrected so hard that like I won't even be able to like give my own opinion to people sometimes because I'm afraid of like uh saying something that's totally honest because I'm afraid of like swaying them. Like I'm like, but if I say that, then they might feel compelled to like words, whatever it is. I'm
Mhm.
like super terrified of manipulating people now because I just
Yeah.
hated I hate I don't want to be like that anymore ever. It freaks me out the idea of being the shitty guy in survival mode like I was when I was a teen. Yeah, in like early 20s. I just never want to be like that again. So I can see some of the stuff that I'm like, "Oh, I know exactly what that is." I've
Mhm.
been there, done that. Um
Um, I think what's interesting, when people talk to me about it and they're like, "Why are you like so obsessed with this conversation on this guy particularly?" I think it's really interesting. I think he's like a reprehensible piece of shit, and I really hate him. But it's a really interesting topic of like how somebody can get away with this kind of shit and like form an audience that's like so cultivated. Like the rhetoric from DGGers is actually pretty good on how they can like build defenses in their head for him too. So there's a standard like rhetoric that they do when they're defending him too. So the rhetoric would be like the meme is he didn't do that. And if he did, you can't explain why it's bad. And if you can explain why it's bad, it's a joke. He didn't mean it. And if it wasn't a joke, it was a long time ago. Oh, it was 2 weeks ago. Based like that's the like kind of formula.
Yeah,
Like
it wasn't like that. Even if it was, it's okay.
yeah,
That's
like
what it all boils down to. Yeah.
I think I specifically like just got someone down to the point of like I said, hey, like this behavior right here, cheating on Melina, telling her to kill herself, stuff like that, that's abusive. And then like they had no response to that besides based. So like at a certain point, it's like okay, like if that's really how you feel about it, just like be based and say based. I mean, like I don't like if you're arguing with me about this and then your long game conclusion is based. Like I'm glad you did that. Then why did you argue with me about it? Like why do you care so much about defending him, quote unquote, if you don't think the action was bad? It's cope. It's definitely cope.
Yeah, I would say so. Um,
Um, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I mean, like, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Um,
oh, you're good, man.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. Go ahead.
no, I appreciate you coming in to talk about it.
Yeah,
Uh,
man.
because I think that's it's probably the part of Destiny I think that gets missed the most. Big C said
Mm,
he's just that Destiny's easy to figure out. It's just hard to take the personal parts out. Destiny's just like a soap opera. Jack with an eye patch is always gonna die and come back every season. So it's hard to not empathize with him because you see
mm,
a lot of his life. So I
yeah.
think you want to like impose yourself in there and think about situations that were similar where you had to make decisions. And if you take his reasons at face value, they make a lot of sense. But it's like you said, Queeman pointed out, Destiny
Mhm,
actually does give you the blueprint. He says it really clearly. He lays it right out
mhm,
for you. But then you forget. Because I think in those moments he's just sort of speaking without thinking.
yeah.
Um, he,
He'll
he's
he'll
he's careful enough, but if you
yeah.
reflect, it can look pretty bad because it does map onto his current behavior quite well.
He does something really smart, and this is like very very smart on his part. He presents himself to his audience, and his orbiters or whatever that want to like garner clout off of him. Because honestly, why would you not? That's just the case. He presents an image of I'm an asshole and I get away with saying a lot of things that are like hyper edgy and blah blah blah. And there's like good things to that, but then there's having that image and then abusing that image. Just like how like Mr. Girl said, you have to if you're presenting as a provocateur, you have to be responsible with that. You have to be very careful with that. So when um, he presents that and then he's when he presents that and then somebody says, hey, I want you to be held accountable, I think you did this and this and this wrong. 9 times out of 10, especially if it's like interpersonal relationship like with the Molina stuff, he'll do a vague posture of, yeah, I'm kind of an asshole sometimes, yeah, I'm an asshole, blah blah blah, I did this wrong, I do things wrong. But he never, you'll notice most times he never admits to anything specific. And it's very smart of him to not do that because he can claim there's a vague responsibility, but nothing specific that like his audience will actually like legitimately think upon and think like, well, this is it's kind of fucked up. My streamer daddy's doing this. Yeah.
He did just Karantos called him out. Like I don't know. Yeah, I think you were here the other day. I said that when he's not actively discouraging his audience from not harassing somebody in a
No,
situation like he's currently in, then he is complicit in it.
He is encouraging
Yeah.
it by not doing that. And basically his response was basically to say, well, fuck Tim. I don't. Why would I care about this guy?
Yeah, if anything, in the past and especially now, it's a passive acceptance, a welcoming, saying like, I'm not gonna judge you guys if you do it. Like especially with something like the Mr. Girl thing, where he's like, I don't care if you guys dox them. Like he's just very passive. Like I don't care, they're my enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, why would I go out of my way to? Because you're setting a standard of behavior. That's why you should.
Yeah, and then when you say it to anyone that's in his orbit too, or his like little chatters, when you say, "Hey, like he actually legitimately, technically, he didn't dox Anna, but he got pretty close to doxing her in terms of like, here's the kiwi farms, go obsess over there,
I would say
and
it's
then
targeted harassment.
yeah, it's a very targeted harassment. I would say that's more specific. But the effect is like she got doxxed too, but so like not really doxxed, but kind of like encouraging it. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. So there's behavior like that too, where it's like, oh, I can't. It's funny because he'll say, I take responsibility for like my community in so many ways, but like not really. No, you don't. And I see why you don't, because why would you want to take that responsibility? Yeah.
He takes responsibility for his community when he does do something. But when he's not going to do something, he doesn't. That seems to be the running pattern to me.
And then there's the statement of, if I wanted to, I can make your harassment so much worse. It's like, or like he's just saying like, if I really wanted to, and it's like, well, like just because that's the case doesn't mean you're still not doing harm. And like it's like saying like, while I'm beating up a woman or something, and I'm saying if I wanted to, I could kill you right now. Like or something. Yeah, I
It's
don't
like a
know.
paper thin veiled threat.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to me. But yeah. All right. I gotta get some sleep. I gotta get out of here.
All right,
But
good night, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
yeah, yeah, man. Have a good one. Have a
You
good stream.
too. Anna did the first conversation about Destiny. What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that, Big C? I think that this is actually the next one. This is August 29th. No, it can't be. This is not. This is the next one? Let's see, October 14th.
For myself.
This one. August. This is the next one. Wait, I don't think. No, there's no Mr. Girl in this. I have to go to Destiny's page again and look. Videos. We got some scrolling to do. Should just say a year ago. To get to wherever we're at. Okay. Now we're close at least. He's talked to Rails in a heated race realism debate. Ah, it's just this one. Then. Mr. Girl speaks about his ban, addresses the streamer that mass reported him. I guess this would be the fourth part. And it was on a panel.
If my
with
work's
some other
provocative,
female
people are going to be
streamers
clicking that
shortly after
button.
the first time they looked up.
Absolutely.
And I was asked about the stream.
And,
oh, okay.
So yeah.
Okay, September 4th. Yeah, okay, this is just a couple days after. That was a short one, too. Okay, doke. Sure. Yeah, I know that Anna started the conversation, but... And then Anna was asked about Destiny's son. She said he was a 1,000-mile father. I know she started
I don't really
but
blame him for doing it, especially if he says it's within his belief system, that he's pro deplatforming and pro mass flagging and pro brigading and pro whatever the
I have that CD as a surprise, which is a surprise to nobody, I'm sure.
Mr. Girl, from everything that I've seen, every conversation
I forgot my phone yesterday when I was out driving, and that's what I put in the
I've had with him, has also never been in favor of deplatforming. Even in our conversations.
I only have 2 physical CDs. I have Mr. Grill Boundaries, and I have Electric Callboy Tenko. That's it. Those are the only 2 CDs I have.
That we were talking about, Nick, it wasn't about deplatforming him. It was that he thought that when he was platformed, he should have been handled in a different manner. Never heard from, I think Mr. Girl even said like 20 times in all of these conversations, Mr.
Like the stream or me? The video I was talking about was quite a while later. I think Destiny explains how Mr. Girl ruined his project of de-radicalizing Nick Fuentes, and his audience goes over the conversation. Interesting.
Mr. Girl said that,
yeah,
I don't want to deplatform. I want not every Nazi. I want to have a platform. I want everybody to have these things so we can hear what they have to say. I believe he said that. I think he even said he wanted Nick back on YouTube. So when I'm away for 2 days,
cool, thank you,
and I come out and I find that you guys
I feel like that's just a very
his channel.
Way to
very disappointed in you guys. We're gonna have a serious discussion about where we go from here. Because now I don't know if I want to host Nick or anybody. If I think that you guys are gonna be like engaged in like the mass deplatforming behavior that I criticize the left for doing so much.
Report them. Report these freaks. Report our enemies, report every video from our enemy. Report Jaden, report RPG, report BPF, report DACA, them.
This is deplorable behavior.
Report, spam. I've done it a few times. It's kind of boring. I stopped doing it. I should just get back on it. I should be reporting every one of their videos. We all should. Maybe we'll just do that once a week. We'll just go do mass reportings.
Hell yeah. Maybe we'll just do that once a week. We'll just do mass reporting.
We should. It's the right thing to do.
The right thing to do. It's what God would have wanted, hey?
Perfect. Lab's best friend. Oh, big
I don't know, man. Feels a little bit like cancel culture to me.
What happened to the no deplatforming?
Yeah, how are you guys running around trying to spam reports on people's channels?
I'm pro deplatforming. I'm pro deporting. I'm pro get the hell out of here. Don't be like that.
Gotcha. How do you feel about this?
Stop it.
Mio
Stop
and
acting
Brittany.
that way and go away. Be gone. I'm for like Mr. Girl. What he should do is just not be around us at all.
Well, nobody's around you.
Far away.
You're going to his platform and trying to report him on there, right?
His platform?
Yeah, you're going. It's not like he's coming to.
You know what? I'm gonna have to do something interesting here. My headset's like dying. So, I'm gonna have to just be like talking for like only like 10 minutes though. My headset charges like lightning fast. It's crazy. I'll get like 30 to 40% out of 10 minutes. So I have to change this. Let's see.
Cozy, like trying.
Okay. Yeah, my mic's gonna pick that up.
To show you video.
Yeah. So I'm going to mute myself while it's playing, and I'll unmute when I pause. I should view the Anna and Destiny fourth call-in show. Do you want to send me a link in Discord, and I'll go over it after this, because this is short, and I got to let my headset charge, so I might be a little bit less vocal than normal.
Because you're going over to another platform.
Yeah, wait. Is YouTube his platform?
The platform that he was on, yeah.
Yeah, it's not his. That's ours.
That's a really, really, really dumb thing to say.
Okay, well, when you said, in terms of, you made it sound as though he was forcing you to consume his content. He's like, he needs to get away from us.
No.
Thank you.
No. Yeah, no. Us. That's our platform, and he shouldn't be bringing that around us. Ours, us. I look at things in that type of lens where this is our land, this is our technology, this is our country, this is our platform, and that stuff doesn't belong in our home, in our land, in our environment, within view of our kids. It doesn't belong here. It's wrong.
Gotcha. So are you supportive of like when progressives want to deplatform stuff because they think it's degenerate or not good, or?
I'm just not. The problem with it is I'm just not supportive of their perspective. We haven't gone out and campaigned for the deplatforming of anybody.
Well, hold on.
What you saw was a clip of.
No, you specifically
if I
have, right?
I could just finish. No, okay. I didn't say, hey, let's go deplatform.
You literally said we should do this every week. You said we should do.
Report.
That's deplatforming.
So what is reporting? Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Did I campaign, hey, get him off of here, or did I say let's let YouTube know what this guy is doing?
This is so bad faith. It's crazy to me.
And if they decide, hey, this isn't appropriate, then all we've done is let them know that if there's a violation with TOS, if there's something that's not congruent with the branding that they want, what we've done is we've let them know what's going on. They might not be paying attention. We haven't picketed in the street. We haven't sent attorneys. We haven't pushed.
I don't know if he realizes or if he thinks he's playing stupid, but like it's making him look really stupid. God, how dumb can you be? Yeah, that's it.
This idea, get him off of here. I did speak again at 2 a.m. like off cuff, and I'm not trying to pull back from it at all. I'm just saying, like, be specific if you want. I'm pro reporting. I don't know if we're splitting hairs here. Is it pro deplatforming? I'm not saying he shouldn't have a platform anywhere. I'm just saying, like, there's maybe another place where Mr. Grow can do his thing.
Let's be clear here. I want this on the record. So you don't believe that spam reporting is deplatforming? I just want to hear that. I want you to say that. You say, I don't think that spam reporting is deplatforming. That's not deplatforming. I want to hear that. Because you know this position is ridiculous. You don't know.
I wonder if he thought that people spam reporting Nick Fuentes is what got him deplatformed.
You know that's a ridiculous thing to say. In that case, then nobody's ever deplatformed any of you guys. They just spam reported then. Right? The only people you can ever blame for deplatforming is YouTube or Twitter itself, because anybody else just spam reported.
Hey.
How are you?
We got him pretty good there.
You're doing, my persecuted friend.
Feeling pretty persecuted. Feeling pretty victim-y.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not fair. It's not right.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously agree.
I know.
Do you, still waiting for word from YouTube?
Yeah. Yeah, they said, sorry about that. And, you know, looking into this for you now.
I wonder if that's good.
YouTube said, oops, I'll see what I can do.
It felt like it wasn't made by a robot, but
I mean, I feel like if you don't get like instantaneously rejected, I wonder if that bodes better for you. Like if it takes some time, maybe.
I mean, when I got banned after the cuties thing, I appealed, multiple times on Twitter, everything, and they said no for 4 months. And then I gave up, and then like 2 months later, I just got an email saying like, oh, we apologize. You actually didn't break TOS, and you can have your account back.
Nice.
So if the cuties review didn't break TOS, it's hard to see that either of these songs did. Yeah.
It's just a matter of if like Real Eyes will ever look at the appeal, basically.
Yeah, it seems like it. It's crazy. I mean, like, I understand having some statistical like analysis that's like, if you get 5,000 reports saying, this is porn or child porn or something, then like statistically 99.99% of the time it is. So like, would we really have to pay somebody to look into that? But I feel like, yeah, you do, you know, especially if it's, I think it's monetized and it's like they know it's your job and you put all this, you know, years of work into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You would hope
but yeah,
so,
it's
right?
upsetting.
Yeah.
You would hope so. But yeah, it's upsetting to watch my art just be like destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
Well, thanks for sticking up for.
Yeah, Destiny did stick up for him, which I think is pretty commendable. But like right now, I feel like he's coming off as pretty cold and uncaring.
For me.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Yeah, well, what's up? What do you want to chat about?
And I guess partially because Destiny would have done it anyways, even if it wasn't Mr. Girl, because he said too much about deplatforming to not go against this. Like, he had to no matter what. Didn't have to be Mr. Girl.
I guess just deplatforming.
Yeah.
You know, the whole situation. Yeah.
Something that's kind of scary with how the rules are today is,
yeah.
I mentioned this with my casino job. We've all heard this expression a million times, but when you want to fire somebody, generally all you have to do is like just start paying attention to them and they'll get fired. Yeah. But my manager introduced me to this term. It's called papering somebody out the door. That once you realize you want to fire somebody, you just start writing them up for every single mistake they make, and nobody can survive that level of scrutiny for more than a couple weeks. Like they'll be gone. They'll either put a credit card down somewhere they shouldn't, they'll forget to check an ID, they'll forget to get a receipt signed, they'll leave a drawer open for too long and turn around. Like something will happen and they'll get fired every time. No one can survive that. And it feels like if there's like a level of scrutiny that comes from mass reporting, that it'll be the same thing, because eventually there'll be like 3 or 4 things somebody can catch you on and then you're like, oh fuck, I guess technically I did break those rules. Yeah. And then you're just like, fucked. And it's like, okay, well.
Yeah, and I mean, and like the safety against that is the strike system. I thought that the whole point of the strike system is like you have a chance to learn from breaking. I don't think I even did violate TOS, but even if I did,
yeah, it gives you time to adjust and correct, but not if they all come at the same fucking time.
Yeah, and like every single video, I assume every single video is flagged. So if their own enforcement is that I haven't broken TOS in a year and a half, and one of the videos is 3 years old, it's like that's not really in the spirit of the system.
Yeah,
that's only mass flagging will produce that result. Wasn't it some who said find me the man and I'll find you the crime? Show me the man, I'll find you the crime. I think it was some like Russian guy.
Oh, I don't know, but he should have made that statement way later in life because it's triply true today. So
I know.
He dated himself, but.
So yeah, I heard your conversation with Fuentes and Big Tech.
Oh yeah.
What's the argument? They're pro deplatforming.
I think just
Fuentes is pro deplatforming because other people are pro deplatforming.
So I don't think Fuentes is pro deplatforming. He was just giving me the reason why people on his side do it, which I can actually understand because it's why I've kind of flirted with it in the past. It's like, oh, people are gonna make fun of me for it. Well, fuck you, then. Yeah, we'll all kind of do it.
Right.
Yeah, but I think that principally most of them, and I was watching the chat too. Most of them seem to be pretty against it. If for no other reason, probably because they want to stay somewhat on my good side, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have the unpopular, if you have the less popular stance, it doesn't really make sense to be
pro deplatform unless you're just doing it like out of retribution because you know you're going to get deplatformed anyway, right?
Right. Then you just want to tear the whole thing down.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is kind of a maybe a bigger metaphor or allegory for for everything in the system that we have right now anyway, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I guess my stance here is YouTube needs to have a flagging system that's not weaponizable like this. And like if they do, and like I make provocative stuff. You know, I provoked Big Tech. I understand that. My work is provocative to him. We spoke once a few months ago. More recently, he asked me for a conversation through an intermediary. And he asked me for a stream a couple months ago, and I was kind of like wavering on it, and then I just never did it. Never really decided not to do it. I just didn't do it. And then Yeah, it sounds like my work is meant to be provocative and thought-provoking and emotion-provoking, and it sounds like it did its job. And when people are provoked, there is a big flag there, a big tempting flag button. It's one of the few ways, the most interactive ways that you can, really make an impact on the creator. You want to say something.
Sorry, my roommate just came home. I'm saying hi.
You want to have some parasocial interaction with them. So you can either give them $500, or you can click that big flag button, and one is a lot cheaper than the other.
Sure.
And so I understand if my work's provocative, people are going to be clicking that button. Absolutely. And so yeah, I don't really blame him for doing that, especially if he says it's within his belief system that he's pro deplatforming and pro mass flagging and pro brigading and pro whatever the fuck. Then yeah, but click away, buddy. My problem then is just that the button works. Like, I think the button should do what it's supposed to do. It shouldn't work for this purpose. It shouldn't work like, I'm gonna scratch my emotional itch because this music video triggered me, so now I'm gonna destroy it to make myself feel better. That's not what the button should be for.
Sure, ideally, yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't think there's anybody out there who disagrees with this. But I think they only disagree with it in circumstances like, well, with Mr. Girl, obviously that should work that way. But I don't think anybody could disagree with it on a principled, like from a principled position.
I think if YouTube's gonna allow controversial content, then they gotta fix that.
Yeah.
Or just don't allow controversial content and let a competitor take the place. And then it's like, if there's like a more adult, like my fantasy is like that HBO has like a streaming service.
Oh, sure.
Like,
someday.
Like, yeah, like for stream, like the HBO. I want to be on the HBO version, and then YouTube can be like the CW. It's like it's too much for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously it's really upsetting.
Yeah. Well. Do you actually play keyboard?
Not like you.
Okay, wow. What is
but
that?
When you can really play. I can play a little.
Play something for us.
It's not connected to anything.
Oh my god! You just have it sitting in front of it for show, just to fuck with us.
Well, no, I've been writing. I'm working on music. I'm not really taking a vacation here. I'm working on music, and you know what's funny?
What?
I think the song I'm working on. I think the Groypers are gonna like it. That's the most ironic part of all this. Yeah, I think so. This wasn't intentional. I was already working on the song that I think is probably gonna be, enjoyable to a more right-leaning audience.
Yeah. I'm truly guessing. A pedophile, or which direction?
I'm actually literally 100%. This isn't a joke, and if I say it was a joke later, I'm lying. A pedophile.
Have you seen the Key and Peele skit about that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
There's one where like the guy is like a rapper, and he's like in like a deposition room kind of, or like he's like been taken in, and the cop says, "What did you mean by this?" And the lyrics are like, "I killed him yesterday at 9 o'clock. I took out a gun and in his head I shot him 3 times. You can find his body buried at 4th and Franklin." And it's like he's like, "What about this?" It's like, "Oh, it's just music, man." Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well. Damn.
Yeah, it's like that.
Be careful, dude. Are you Did you like private everything on your Mr. Grow Returns channel?
No. I privated, so there were some duplicate videos.
My headset wasn't charging. My fucking cord wasn't plugged in right. But I guess I'll just let it charge until the end of the video and should be good.
Like, I can fantasize about whatever I want was on both channels.
Okay.
So when I got the strike on the first channel, I privated on the second channel, but it was too late. Even though it was private, it got a strike like 12 hours later.
Jeez.
Yeah. Mine, child safety.
Damn.
I don't know. I don't think it breaks that rule, but...
Probably not, but yeah.
Probably not. Yeah, the other weird thing is that the videos taken down both have like 500,000 views. So it's like, what's the thinking there? That like it's been up for a year and a half and has
Well, there is
500,000
no
views?
thinking. It's just every now and then I'll get like a 3-year-old video where it's like, this is age restricted now. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's weird. Maybe they I'm sure they retune the algorithm and it probably sweeps through everything. But
maybe
yeah. But no, you know, I'm staying busy. You know, keeping busy. I have a strike on the streaming channel, so I can't stream for a week. But yeah, if you still want to host, co-host Mr. Girl Hotline on Saturday.
Yeah, probably can.
I'll be back, and then on Friday I have a interview with a historian.
Interesting.
To talk about Hitler.
Based.
That was such a good stream. I really liked that one. He gets a lot of shit for it, but not a lot of people have the balls to tell somebody like that. I think he said fuck you. I was gonna say go fuck yourself. I'm pretty sure he just said fuck you. I respect it.
Hitler's rise to power. Yeah.
Right. Well, that should be interesting.
I think so. Oh yeah, there's one thing that Fuentes said that I wanted to respond to.
Yeah.
He said if Mr. Girl thinks I'm Hitler and I'm trying to kill his family, I don't think in terms of stating your beliefs, I think fascism is pretty unusual. So saying like I don't believe in democracy, I don't believe in free speech. I want to be, you know, the next Hitler, stuff like that Fuentes has said. That's unusual to say, but it's not really unusual for a person to be a fascist, even if they don't know they're a fascist. So there's tons of people who, if they were offered, like, do you want to be the king of everything, would probably just say yes.
Sure.
There's people who, if they had that power, would kill people. I don't think that's a super rare.
Yeah, there's probably people across all the political spectrum that would endorse some form of totalitarianism or something, like given the opportunity to, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's gotten me in a lot of arguments about Trump. Where like I'm like he's a fascist, and then people are like, what did he say? And I'm like, it's not really about what he said. Like yes, he said things that make him seem like a fascist, but it's more just like if somebody was like, hey Trump, do you want the ability to override anything that the Supreme Court says? Do you want that? He would just say, yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
he would take that. Would you want to be president for life? Of course he would.
Yeah.
Do you want the election? Do you want to just, if there's a win button for the election and nobody would know you pushed it, would you push it? Yeah. And if the answer to those questions is yes, then yeah, you're a fascist. You may not know you're a fascist, but you're a fascist. So the idea that yeah, they were saying like, and Gideon was saying like, I have some obligation to want harm to come to Fuentes if I believe this about him. I believe this is true. Like what's unusual is that he's saying that he wants this power, he wants to abuse this power, and that he wants to abuse it for, to hurt people. And they follow in the footsteps of a genocidal, psychopath. That's unusual. It's unusual that he's actually gaining power. But it's not unusual. Like, you know how many would-be Hitlers there are walking around out there in the United States of America, or would-be Stalins, or would-be tyrants, or whatever? I mean, I even said the same thing about Vosh. Like I said, I probably, after Vosh's comments about violence, I probably wouldn't have chicken and waffles with him either.
Sure.
So I'm not trying to say that like, I see the future and Fuentes is the next fascist, evil dictator. I'm just saying, I think he would be if offered the opportunity, and he seems to be trying to get the opportunity. But I think there's a lot of people out there that fit that description, and they certainly don't need any violence done to them. No, we just got to follow the democratic process of talking about things and voting. And that if I'm pro like democracy and pro free speech, you can understand why the idea of like, oh, I think somebody else has these bad intentions, or they've even stated them, so like we're gonna go hurt them. No, that's absolutely anti free speech, 100% political violence against political violence and that sort, or that type, or I guess all types, and yeah, same thing with deplatforming. It's all the same shit. I'm against it all.
Gotcha. All right, well. Yeah, damn. Be careful. Stay safe out there.
You too.
Do you want to give us a hint about the song you're working on? Subject matter or anything related to it, or?
subject matter. I guess it's about. I'm trying to think if there's a line I want to reveal. I don't think so. I think I want to keep it a mystery. I'll just say that's it. That it is definitely it's a song that I think the Groypers would like.
Okay. Were you oh my god.
There's like nothing on this. I'm sorry. I thought there would be something here. But it seems like there's really nothing here. We're getting to the end of it.
Just lost what I was gonna say. My
That's
brain
my
just
bad.
wiped itself completely away. I asked you.
Oh, Shaylin's gonna say a line in the song.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Oh, I remembered now.
Okay.
If I
That song never came out, I don't think.
can get you an opportunity to collab.
Oh wait, it did. It was IDDQD.
With a legendary online rapper. His name is Uncle Adams. Have you ever heard of him before?
I have heard of him. I've definitely seen his stuff, but I don't remember it.
Okay. You have to collab with him if I can make it happen, okay? It's important.
Okay.
For the unity of the country.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
I agree to your terms.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. Well, I think that's all I got for now, so.
All right, man.
Yeah. Good luck. Be careful.
Yeah. Stay safe on these streets.
I do it, dude. Have fun. Good luck.
Motherfuckers be catching strays, yo. All right, see you later.
Okay, let's see. And then I'll go over what Big C has for me. Let's see where we're at. 30%, yeah, just like I said. Let's see if it's still
100,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
So it's like, what's the?
Okay, cool. Let's switch right back over. Well, let's go to the video Big C sent me. Destiny chatting with Anna for the first time. I think it could be pretty insightful to what we're working on. Oh boy, a long one.
Oh, we beat this guy.
Oh, he's playing StarCraft?
This is a mistake, Dan. Let the record show.
True. You know,
I don't know if this was it, but there was like a contest to see you could like speed run StarCraft on like the hardest mode. And Destiny did win it. When he got first place in that competition. I was pretty impressed. Not the first time. Oh wait, you said the fourth call-in show? I don't know what that means.
when you get older, and I am an older man, so you can listen to me as your elder, you'll find that the things that you regret most in life are not the mistakes that you made, but the mistakes that you didn't make. Okay? So always go out and do the stuff that you were thinking you're going to do, but maybe didn't. All right? Really? That's the true take.
Yeah, I don't know that you grew up with the same level of freedom.
I don't know if you grew up, period, Dan.
What am I saying that's untrue? When you're fucking old, do you think you're gonna look back at your life when you're younger and be like, God damn it, fuck, why did I do this? You're gonna be like, why didn't I actually go and try to actually do this thing I loved? No, you're gonna be upset at the opportunities you didn't take. You're not gonna be upset that you fucked up on some of them. Okay? There you go. That's true.
Pretty decent wisdom. Not
All
gonna
right.
lie.
Well, here we are.
Oh, the fourth show. Okay, okay. I guess before we get like far and invested in this, I really have to use the bathroom. So give me a minute. You know, I got just the thing. Give me 1 second. There you go. Enjoy this while I use the restroom. What the fuck? There we go.
His letter.
You know,
Be
to
right
make
back.
the world a better place. I think there's a lot of social issues out there, important things that people aren't talking about, like racism and sexism and homophobia and things like that, that I feel like would be better addressed in a humorous manner than by preachy, finger shakers.
Well, don't you feel?
Nope, somebody's in there. My bad.
The final stage. How are you doing tonight, Anna?
Hi, Steven.
Take a little here.
There you go. That's true.
All right. Well, here we are. The final stage. How are you doing tonight, Anna?
Hi, Steven. I'm okay. How are you?
I'm cringing pretty fucking hard
Her
right
laugh
now.
intimidates
But
me.
here we are.
Why are you cringing?
Because this whole conversation is fucking cringe. But we're doing
Why's the
it.
conversation cringe?
Well, I guess we'll figure that out. We'll discover that along the way, huh?
I guess we will.
All right. Do you have a particular starting point?
Very
or
intimidated by it.
Do I start?
You can start.
Okay, I lied actually. You wrote shit down, so why don't you go ahead and
Okay.
start?
You want me to start? Okay. Well, I mean, I just made some bulleted points basically of things that.
Go for it.
So I don't want to just hit you with all of them, of course.
No,
I'd rather
we're
just
gonna hit
go-
with every single one. We're gonna go through all of them.
Yeah, I just meant I'd rather start with not telling you. I meant start with one.
Oh, yep.
Going
It's
at a
one at a time. It's usually the way to do it. Yep. All right.
Okay. So, I think the main one, I guess, was I felt kind of hurt that it felt like things were sort of changing between you and me because it's
Big C, why you do this to me? This is gonna be rough, isn't it? I feel like this probably is gonna be a cringy conversation.
it seemed like we used to talk more. That you kind of used to respond to me within the same day. I mean, I know we had days where we wouldn't talk at all, and sometimes
Yeah,
I know
it does already seem
I would
rough.
sort of I wouldn't respond for a day or two, but remember I always apologized for that and told you I'd try to work on that, because I did feel like that was rude to do, and yeah, I just felt like it was kind of there was more distance growing, and my main one of my important emotional needs and a boundary sort of is kind of having more having that sense of connection, that emotional connection with a person, and more emotional intimacy basically. And yeah, I felt like it was just we kind of there was a distance, and I mean there could be multiple reasons for that, of course.
All right. Well, here let's.
Can you please address your claims in order?
Hopefully it'll show everyone his patterns, but also Anna's. Sure.
Thank you.
I know why. But
okay, let's.
It was my soft way of saying I'm uncomfortable.
Wait.
What? What?
I was making sure that he was.
Oh, he told me to respond. Yeah.
Claims. Yeah.
Okay, so. Hold on, I'm sorry. I hate every single one of you right now. Just sorry, I had a cough. Okay, so yeah, I need to get a drink of water. 1 second. I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. Dude, holy shit! This is the most cringe I've ever had in my entire life. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I need to be drunk or high or both for this conversation. And I don't have either substance available to me right now, so oh my fucking god. Okay, so I think the issue was that seemed like initially we were having conversations. Sometimes we didn't respond for a day or two, and that was fine. I had no problem with that. You might have apologized sometimes. I don't remember that. Maybe you did though. Maybe you didn't. I don't care. But I don't think there was a problem with the fact that sometimes it would take us a while to respond. You were busy with schoolwork. I'm busy.
Dan didn't know at this time how bad it was between Destiny and Anna, so take it easy on him. Sure.
I mean, that's just how I talk to people. That's fine. I
Noted.
think the problem.
Also,
was that
Kilo, it's nice to see you, buddy.
After I got to Sweden, it got to the point to where I was missing anywhere from like 25 to 75 messages from you every single time I'd pick up my phone after not looking at it for 6 hours. Do you think that this is a reasonable amount of conversation to be attempting to initiate when the other person is not responding?
Thank you, buddy.
You can respond. You can respond.
Sorry, I just felt.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe he could have said that in a way that didn't
Felt
put her
like
on
that.
blast so hard.
Was a little passive aggressive from Dan there.
Dan's whole existence is passive aggressive. Fuck Dan. Okay. Anyway, I said my thing. Do you
I have a shit ton more. Elder, I'm the key holder when it comes to Destiny. I know you are.
acknowledge it? What is your response?
That's why I just said yes right away to this.
I mean, I think that
You
we
truly
both
are.
know that that's obviously unreasonable. I guess I would say, okay, I don't think that it was like 75. I guess that sounds like.
So when I would pick up my phone and look at it, there would be on average, 75 is a bit on the high end, but there would be on average about 24 missed messages from you every time I would pick up my phone after not looking at it for about 6 hours. This happened for about 2 weeks.
Do you know how like sometimes I respond and I say like one sentence and like I hit enter and like that's a message, and then
That's me.
like, do you know? I think that's also honestly why it's like it registers as a crap of messages.
So even if that
It's all on the context. If they spend hours every day talking, all of a sudden he goes quiet, that is something weird on him, not her. Yeah, and if it's like she said too, because like 25 messages can be just like really like you saying like 3 different things. Because I do this. I had one video where I have over 250 pages of notes. That's a lot. Are your notes longer than what the transcript would be? Oh, I think the bathroom's open. Let me see. I'm gonna put you guys on this.
Sometimes that people will take that satirical manner in a negative light instead of doing something positive for the cause.
You're right back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern of mine. I don't know. I don't think that reading my newsletter is going to convert someone who wasn't a rapist to being a rapist, or is going to make someone who has no prejudice whatsoever to suddenly being like, wow, I do hate women. You know? I think that that sort of bigotry is ingrained in early childhood. I don't think people just pick that up from reading some newsletter.
Well, a lot of people have the fear that it will just reinforce people that are already like that. Do you think you should put any type of disclaimer on your future newsletters or anything like that? If people
No,
take it wrong?
because I'm trying to point out ideas out there. You know, if people want to believe that I'm racist or I'm sexist, it's not about making myself look good. It's about showing that sexism is out there. So if people believe that I'm sexist and they want to fight back against that, then I feel like I've still raised the issue.
When you talk about people fighting back, what's the worst criticism you've gotten so far?
My least favorite thing is being called racist. That just like gets under my skin and like drives me completely out of my mind. Like in the opinion, the op-ed written by the tri-executives yesterday, they said that I was working to degrade women and minorities, and that like really, really pisses me off.
Yeah. What I'd have to like talk about, I'm wondering if it's all completely satire though. Because when I'm reading these newsletters and they talk about you have, and I quote, girls don't like me because I make them think, I sometimes feel like you almost feel that deep down. Or is this all?
Or not so deep down. No, that's not really.
Do you mean that? Like?
Yeah, I think a lot of
value?
girls, yeah, I mean, they're not all satire. I think a lot of girls allow themselves to be objectified and sort of feel more comfortable being objectified because they're used to it. And I think that when they meet someone who really wants to ask them questions and, you know, hear what they're thinking, that that just makes them uncomfortable. And then or like the one where I say girls who don't masturbate are stupid. I really do think that.
Really? See,
Yeah.
well, then you're doing stuff that you really think and then stuff that you don't. Like, how are people supposed to tell the difference? You know what I'm
If
saying?
I'm saying something like completely insane, like sex shouldn't feel good to women, then I'm kidding, I guess. But I don't know how you're supposed to tell. I think there's a lot of cues in there that make it obvious that I'm joking, and most people did get that I was joking, so I don't, you know.
Okay. And then finally, what are you going to write about in the future? Any future newsletters? I know you got a CD out.
Yeah. The next one is about being a
Wash
That
my
was the
hands.
case. 24 one-line messages is still a lot.
You think I got
We both know that that's not
free
the type
water
of message
over
you send.
here? No,
These
I'm
are,
just kidding.
Literally 24 messages, like multi-line,
but,
some paragraph form, like
Yes, it's a mix, of course.
yeah. So
Like
that's
one
like
line paragraph form. Yes.
that's a lot to like
I
pick up
wouldn't-
your phone and every time I look at it, there's form like
Yes, it's a mix, of course.
yeah. So
Like
that's
one
like
line paragraph form. Yes.
that's a lot to like
I
pick up
wouldn't-
your phone and every time I look at it, there's like another 20 plus messages of you like calling me greedy.
Well, again, I mean, if she just explained it, I think it's a little weird to reiterate the 20 plus messages. Actually, it's so funny. You're like one of the only people who knows. Like, I pay a fuck ton in water. No, but I was kidding. It's weird for him to ignore that we just established that, like, I call this like texting the way that I talk. So like that would have been a sentence. That would have been another one, and so on. When I'm talking to somebody through text, like instead of having like a sentence that looks like this, I'll usually have like a long message that looks like this, but it could really just fit in like this much. So by reiterating again the 20 messages, is it really 20 or is it like 3 or 4?
Sorry, like
That
sociopathic
comes off
or narcissistic
that
or
like your phone will call 20 messages.
or like
I definitely have not said sociopathic.
okay, I'm
And
sorry, dark triad or whatever other word, like basically just it's basically saying I'm a horrible evil person.
I know that I certainly implied that you were a narcissist.
Oh, you know what? I need to change stream title, don't I? Should do that. Shit, how do I get back to the stream? Okay, there we go. Don't interject what you think. Remember the patterns.
There were those times.
For the purposes
Yeah, but these videos are kind of for me to remember what I was thinking when I watched them. How many times did Dev have to end her streams? Who's Dev? I'm bad with names.
of this conversation, do you recognize that there
Oh, but I was commenting on a pattern there, though. I was saying that, like, this is a similar pattern with the last Mr. Girl conversation we just watched, where they've established something. And at least I feel like Destiny accepted it. Maybe he didn't accept it, but it feels like she explained and cleared up, like, it's not actually this many messages. It's just like a few that, you know, comes in with a lot. That comes in like your phone's going to call it like a bunch, but it's actually just a couple messages. But he's still referring to it as that. And like when him and Mr. Girl were just talking, when the conversation we just watched with him and Mr. Girl, like something would be established and then Destiny would just Like, ignore the fact that that happened and stay on the same point he was on before, as though that clarification had never happened.
There is no substantive difference between implying somebody is a narcissist and calling somebody a narcissist in a one-on-one conversation.
But, of course, Anna's not going to call him out on it, so he just gets to move right through doing that. No problem. Just like
Well,
Mr.
yeah,
Grill
I
didn't
mean,
either.
I do actually think there is a difference, I guess.
There is no difference in this video and the Mr. Grill video. Yeah, really similar vibes right out the gate, I'd say.
I consider, like, the one to be worse, I guess.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that most people wouldn't do that? Because that's not, I think it's incredibly normal that if you imply something bad about somebody, they'll take it about the same as you literally saying something bad about somebody. This is really important, and I'm only going to harp on this because I don't want you saying for the entirety of the conversation that, well, I never called you that. I was just spam linking your article saying that you have behavior.
My cam froze? I see. Oh no, it froze. Wow. Usually I have to unplug it.
Exhibit these things or whatever. Like
Thank you.
Because it feels like that's what you're going to say the entire conversation. Sorry, Linus, you could say something if you want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, maybe in a better way that Destiny could phrase it is, regardless of your intention, if he feels a certain way in response to what you've said, you've effectively,
Who is that? That sounds like a lot like Zonia.
his feeling is the same feeling that you would get if you directly called him a narcissist. So the feelings that he has,
Maybe a little
are
different.
no different, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
When they were quieter,
I
it sounded more like
agree.
her.
I guess I just kind of wish that went both ways. Like, I wish my feelings counted too.
Okay.
But
Your feelings don't give you a free pass to attack me repeatedly behind the guise of I feel statements. You abuse the fuck out of your quote-unquote feelings in order to leverage them to attack me. Do you understand?
can't
Yeah?
really. So, like, that's not how that. I'm a little confused because, like, if I feel a certain way, like, I mean, wouldn't you want to know?
Not all the time. So, for instance, one of our major disagreements is I don't care what opinions you have about any of my relationships, but you
Well, that's
can't.
a different issue, I guess.
It's the same thing because you use a similar excuse saying, well, these are my feelings and I'm sharing them with you. And the feelings that you share with me are linking me articles telling me all the reasons why I'm a horrible person for the relationships that I have. But anytime I try to say, like, I don't want to hear about this, you say that I'm being abusive by denying your feelings. Do you understand how you're using your feelings there to just attack me?
I don't agree that it's attacking, no.
Okay.
Because I think that I have every right to express concerns over very concerning behavior.
Why do you this behavior doesn't involve you whatsoever? You don't have all of the information or details of that behavior.
What does that even mean? It feels like Destiny's not responding to her at all. He's just saying something different and acting like he's responding.
And I'm definitely not soliciting your advice in regards to any of these things. Why do you think you have a right to express these incredibly generalized feelings about my incredibly personal relationships to me over and over and over again?
Because I thought that that's, like, what friends do. Like, is that not what friends do?
No.
Oh.
I don't think it's normal that somebody will spam link articles to a person saying, by the way, all of your relationships are toxic and abusive, even the ones that you think aren't, and here's why.
I've never said that.
We specifically, we have had a Go ahead.
Well, okay. I think this is another thing where it's like, I feel like you're twisting my words.
I think I got to pay really close attention to exactly what Anna says. Because I feel like things are going to get changed.
Again, and I feel like it's being twisting my words again. I think this is another thing where it's like, I feel like you're twisting my words again, and I feel like it's being misrepresented. Because when I'm pointing out things that, like, really worry me about your behavior, that's why I like am linking articles, because I'm like, see, I'm not just talking out of my ass. Like, there's actually reasons to be concerned about this.
What possible reason could you have? No, what possible reason could you have to be concerned about my relationship with another person that you have no contact with, no communication with, no association with whatsoever? Especially when you don't have anywhere near enough details about any of these relationships to have a concern.
I guess this seems weird to me because I feel like you shared like details with me.
Sure. I've talked to you about some things before, and in the course of that conversation, you can say things if you want. But for you to
Oh wait, he just said that you don't know anything about these things. And she said, but I do. You told me. And now he's changing it to, well, you can only talk to me about it within that conversation.
incessantly bring something up over and over again after I have explicitly told you I don't want your feedback, your criticism, or your concern about these things, why would you continue to give me that feedback over and over and over again?
Because I think that is a violation of my boundaries.
No.
And I feel like that's silencing me.
You are violating my boundaries, and you are being manipulative by implying that I need to hear out a baseless criticism from you, otherwise I'm being abusive towards you. That you are being manipulative and saying that, yes.
I don't think that's being manipulative at all, because I think I do have a right to express my concern with you as a friend.
Absolutely do not. You do not have a right to link me an article and say that my relationship with someone is abusive without having any.
I never once said that your relationship with someone was abusive. I have never said that.
Okay.
I've never.
This video is not for Anna, it's for DGG. She shouldn't have had these types of conversations on stream, but I wonder if she felt like it was the only way people could see what she was experiencing. I think what you said, Big C, is obviously true. And for Kilo, I think that if anything, I would wager that Anna probably would have wanted to have this conversation off stream. But Destiny said, no, let's do it on stream. She also might have been really into him. It was the only way he'd interact, maybe. Maybe. Like, it's not a secret that Anna is really into Destiny. She just, on Christmas, I had a stream with Leader, and we found out that Anna said she wants to get back into DGG as of, like, just, like, the other day. It was crazy. Maybe that same day, I'm not sure.
Never said that.
You might not have said in exact words that it's abusive, but you've linked articles saying.
Okay, that's interesting. That's been Destiny's narrative up until this point, until she called it out. That's really interesting. For somebody who's a big stickler with words.
These types of relationships are exploitative and it's a bad thing, blah, blah, blah. Do you deny that? Or I can pull up logs, I guess, if you want. But, like, I mean, we can mince.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't disagree, Big C. That was just a, like an umbrella saying she's into him.
Words are
umbrella
semantics, but essentially that's what you...
She very clearly wanted him all to herself, based on the DMs and stuff I've seen.
Step away for a minute, just because I don't want it to, like, devolve into, like, yelling. Just, you know, because I'm going to do the same if I get, like, really mad. But, okay, so... Sorry, I'm just collecting my thoughts a minute. I had expressed concern that...
You're not just expressing concern. So here's one of your statements. There's not a
Stop playing 4D Jess and start playing Go Fish.
Psychologist in the world who would say that it's healthy to have this type of relationship. Like I can read like a million quotes. These
know
are not just
what you're
expressing
referring to.
concern. You are aggressively attacking me over relationships that I've told you I don't want your feedback on. It's very unhealthy to have sex in this type of relationship. You just told me about another relationship.
Well, you're leaving out the context, and I feel like the context is kind of important. But like, I don't want to.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know what you're saying. That's why I said in the very beginning too. It was weird for him to bring up the messages in that way. Yeah, this is. Did DGG already have the opinion that Anna was like nuts at this point, or were they like undecided on her already? I think that matters quite a bit to how I think of this, because if they're still like undecided, then this is like a. Are you questioning her educationist? Well, let's see. Show us once for all that you're not the micro Dan. Okay, I don't really see. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah, I can't tell from this chat.
Saying that you should take some fucking responsibility for your choices and stop denying that this sexual relationship you have is in self-interest. So like you're not, maybe you don't say it's abusive, but like
You literally admitted that it's selfish. Yeah.
no, I didn't. I think the most I probably would have admitted is that like I guess it could be selfish, or it was something that like as long as both people enjoy it or getting something selfish. I don't think I would ever say like I'm being selfish in this. No, I don't think so.
I mean, you didn't have to say that. The way you explained it was like appalling to me.
That's fine, but I don't even know why you're asking me about these things or giving me feedback on these when I've told you like a million times I don't want feedback. Here's another one. I'm not deciding anything for this other person. I'm telling you that it's a fact that this type of sexual relationship will hurt this other person. It's always immoral, self-serving behavior. That study was clear that these types of relationships are not always sociopathic, but the ones who did blah, 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 all dark triad personalities, like these are things you've said like over and over and over to me. I could keep scrolling. I'm only like...
Over and over and over. Oh, but during that conversation, yeah. I mean, because I was trying to help you see that, like just think critically about the behavior and like the choices and like how your behavior impacts others.
You're
That's
not.
something
You
that I'm
don't
trying
know
to
how
help
any
you
of you don't know how any of my behavior impacts anybody. You are not privy to these relationships.
Well, then why did you involve me by telling me all about the personal details of them?
Just because I have a conversation with you.
No, they didn't. She was making room for herself. She had some stream moving her story. Okay, then. Then yeah, it seems like he's trying to make her sound as crazy as possible. It seems like she has like by Destiny standards, a reasonable pushback to everything that he says that's like he'll say something that's like, you're crazy because of this, and she's like, well actually Steven, it's not really like that. He's like, okay, well it might not be like that, but words. But he's using like super strong language each time. Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to and then sometimes just ignoring her too. This is like the Mr. Girl conversation. It seems like he gets pushback on what he says, and then he reframes the whole thing again afterwards. Anyways, so
regarding a relationship I have doesn't mean that you're
she
free
still looks bad.
to give me feedback on that for the rest of my life. Like if I have one conversation with somebody like, oh yeah, like you know, I hang out with this person or whatever, you're like, do you think that means for the rest of our life? You can be like, oh, you need to stop doing this, you need to stop doing this, you need to stop doing this. Like, well, that's really weird.
No, but it
I don't
was
think she said
literally,
that.
like, yeah, no, but it was literally like a month ago that. So like I kind of figured that, you know, I just didn't realize that in a month, like
no,
feedback was not okay at
it's
all.
not a month that it wasn't that I wanted some arbitrary amount of time to pass. It's that I explicitly told you that I wanted you to stop talking about them, and you ignored that. Do you acknowledge that what I just said is true, or do you deny that?
Because I felt that that was controlling behavior.
You think that it's controlling of me to ask you not to violate my personal boundaries by telling me that my relationships are toxic and unhealthy. You think that's
I never
violating...
said that your relationships are toxic and unhealthy. I never once said that. never once said that. Please do not twist my words.
It's mostly narcissists and psychopaths who have friends with benefits. This is not socially acceptable behavior. People with dark personality traits. Blah blah blah. Like, okay, maybe you didn't use those exact words. I'm sorry, you're playing hardcore semantics, but like you're.
He's the only one who's playing semantics.
If you're not saying it in these exact words, like you're basically essentially saying this, like. And I'm pretty sure you have said this before, but like, even if you didn't say it in these exact words, you've like danced around it and said so many other things after I've explicitly.
So I'm supposed to just sit back and ignore possible harm being done to other human beings.
You don't know if there's any harm being done, and this isn't none of this concerns you at all. You have no idea what any of these relationships are. What, like, it is insanely inappropriate for you to just spam link articles at me trying to make judgments about my person.
I don't think he once addressed the fact that he did tell her about them. He said, all he said was like maybe in that conversation, but then he's right back to, you don't know anything about it. But it sounds like he agreed that he did know, but then he's going right back to the not knowing, just really reinforcing this idea that he's trying to get out there that doesn't seem like it's true.
Personal relationships.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember how I said I'd stop and then I did stop?
Did you?
Yeah, I did. It's just, I mean, I still don't really agree, but I did stop.
So if I were to scroll up between today and yesterday, you don't think you've made any comments about like past abusive relationships or the fact that my sexual relationships are all incredibly abusive or anything? You don't think you've said any of that recently?
I'm pretty sure since we like talked over voice, remember when we talked over voice on Discord? Do you remember how I said, like, I
weren't you literally on stream like 2 days ago?
I didn't let her answer.
Saying I wouldn't ever recommend a sexual relationship with Destiny. Like all of his sexual relationships are abusive. Didn't you literally talk about this on your?
All of them are abusive.
Sorry.
Yes,
What?
I did say I wouldn't recommend them.
So
I wouldn't.
Okay. So it sounds like you're.
Absolutely flat.
So it sounds like you're still like making judgments then or talking about my personal life. No.
You literally involved me in it.
That wasn't what he said to begin with. I'm just thinking out loud. You said you're playing 4D chess. I'm just thinking out loud so I can draw these similarities together.
I don't understand.
This is how that's like verbalizing how I think.
Nothing that I, first of all, I didn't, nothing.
I don't understand. Like, this is perfectly acceptable among all of my friends. Like, so I guess it's really weird for me.
What part of this is personally acceptable to all your friends? You just
because like me and my friends like call each other out on things. Like,
you're not calling me out. You don't have enough information to call me out. All you're doing is sending me vague articles on dark triad traits from Psychology Today saying that I shouldn't have like.
Why is it so bad to like read an article on dark triad traits then?
Because it has
to, like learn about it.
Because I don't need. I don't need to learn anything more about dark triad traits. There's no valuable information for me to glean from these articles, and it doesn't have anything to do with any of my.
I feel like there is a lot. I just thought that friends were supposed to call each other out.
I think you have a distorted view of what it means to call somebody out, and even if you didn't, the way that you approach these conversations is unimaginably fucking toxic.
Okay, I can accept that, you know, I was angry, of course. Yes, I was angry.
Even when we're calm, you offhandedly say things that are insanely fucking toxic.
Yeah, implying that, well, that your behavior is extremely toxic and immoral. Yes, I accept that.
Can you, I'm trying to think how I do this. Do you think you're qualified to say that his behavior is toxic and immoral, especially when he's talked to people like Dr. K, who did not make that distinction?
I don't know how that's relevant.
He didn't ask Dr. K. Dr. K thought that, though.
Oh, so
why
you
would
think
Dr.
that?
K just say that?
Oh, so Dr. K probably assumes that he's toxic and psychopathic in that case, I suppose.
I think they really went down that avenue.
Around.
Well, you can explain. I'm just trying to get clarity for everyone because I think there's a lot of people confused.
I guess I'm unsure why you think that just because he didn't say it means he doesn't think it. I feel like that's a little bit illogical to assume that. Because he kind of does try to act like a therapist. He tries to establish a secure like attachment with the person. So like you wouldn't say those things. Like you wouldn't be critical when you're
Just
trying
to be clear, you're using the lack of evidence as evidence. Like he didn't say he didn't believe in Satan, so
I don't really want to do like a debate
Look at Destiny. Yeah, he's like reveling in this right now because they've moved off track.
type of thing.
well, I can
But
see
I'm
why.
saying
But
that-
okay, go ahead, continue. I'll
But I'm
let you
saying
guys
that
go on.
just because like
It's like a lot of this is like a how long 22 minutes. It's like 22 minutes of derailing everything that she says.
he didn't say that, oh, this like the way you do this is toxic. That doesn't mean that he doesn't think that, you know? Like when I'm gonna be a therapist, if I think a client has like a toxic relationships, I'm not gonna come out and say that.
Doing a lot of yes, and I got tag team. Oh yeah. He's like posturing like crazy too to the audience. Like his body language is just like, can you believe this
think it,
bitch right now?
But I'm not gonna come out and say it because that would hurt the therapeutic relationship.
Wait. Last thing, you brought up the dark triad thing. I assume that's not actually.
Oh yeah, and the audience is like straightforward. Like nothing being said here is really like that crazy. But his reaction, I think it's really effective because people like it's funny. It's funny to see somebody react like that. It's really easy to like tag along with body language when you have body language like that.
Talked about in your psychology school. Is that accurate, or do they talk about that there as well?
That doesn't really map on.
Yeah. Well, what do you? Why?
No, I was
why
just
would
curious
it-
if they talk about that in your classes.
Yeah, it's a part of personality psychology. It's
Oh,
in the-
okay, got you.
Yeah, it's a pretty big thing in the field of personality psychology. Yeah.
Anna, why is it that you wouldn't directly call out someone for one of these dark triad
Who's
personalities
this?
in a therapeutic relationship?
It would ruin the therapeutic relationship. I mean, there's ways of like confronting a client, you know, and sort of calling them out, but you have to be like really gentle about it.
Wait, do you feel like you're Destiny's therapist in this case?
No. Because I mean, I wouldn't have done like
He's
I wouldn't
loving
have
it.
like just been really blunt with him. That would be like the worst thing for a therapist to do, is to actually be blunt with the client.
I feel like the difference between a therapist-client relationship and the difference between like a close, intimate relationship. If you're trying to change someone's behavior in some way, I feel like you would employ similar therapeutic methods even in your relationship. Now, you wouldn't practice therapy directly, of course, but I feel like if you want to convince someone, the same ways in which you would convince someone to change their behavior through therapy would probably be, you know, a little different in the context of different, but they'd probably be different than just directly confronting them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do think so. Like, I definitely think that I was wrong in like the ways I went about it, for sure. I do agree. Yeah.
I feel like if what you're saying is right, and they haven't made up their mind about Anna yet. It seems like they're making up their mind more when Destiny isn't talking than when he is.
To be clear, you're not just wrong
And
in the
he's
ways
just
that you
making
go
the
about it.
faces.
You're wrong in your criticisms as well. That you can't criticize. No, you can't criticize an individual relationship by linking broad articles that talk about broadly true traits. That's not
I
an
guess
actual
I just
criticism.
disagree with that. I guess I just disagree
That's
with
fine
that.
if you disagree with it, but you're just wrong.
But like again, like I said, it just feels like I basically am not allowed to like express any concern at all. Then like
You're
just
not.
at all.
You're not allowed to express concern with
See,
any
that
of my
feels
personal
controlling.
relationships that I don't want
That
your
feels
opinion on.
controlling to me. Like that feels really controlling.
I don't think you know what controlling means. If me setting up a personal boundary for me is not controlling of you.
It's interesting that you say that, since I I tried to set up boundaries too, and you ignored them.
After you started publicly talking on your stream? Yeah, I did.
No, no.
Yeah,
I meant
yeah.
before that. I meant way before that, Steven.
I don't think I violated any. I'm pretty sure that as soon as I'm aware of any boundaries, I don't violate any of those boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like it's because you kind of just like ignored them all and just dismissed them or like called them ridiculous.
No,
Or, like,
the
laughed
only,
at them.
let's be ultra clear. The only boundaries of yours that I've called ridiculous are when you somehow construct a boundary that like encompasses my personal life. So for instance, when you say, I have a boundary that means that I'm allowed to link you articles about how horrible and abusive you are in relationships that I don't know anything about, yes, I would quote unquote violate that boundary. That's not a real boundary. Nobody would call that a
That's not
boundary.
what I was saying, that you're horrible and abusive.
Okay, I'm sorry, not horrible, but self.
He's still he's still using the same phrasing again after like he's even said like, okay, you're right, you didn't say that.
Selfish and immoral, I think, are two words that you've used. I'm sorry for saying horrible when you said selfish and immoral and a whole bunch of other words, but maybe not horrible. But that's not a real boundary.
How can you have like, okay, so this is what I'm like really confused about is like, how can you have a close friendship with someone and like I'm basically like I'm just
There are
not
different
allowed,
types
like,
of friendships.
any-
There are different types of friendships you can have, but I would never want the type of friendship with you where I'm revealing much personal information because you are unbelievably fucking judgmental. I would never, ever, ever want to share something with you because I know that I'm going to get articles about it later about how fucking horrible it is or how fucking horrible that I am. You're one of the most judgmental people that I've ever spoken to.
That's a personal attack.
Speech patterns went through the roof. Hey, go back a little bit.
Like that feels really controlling.
I don't think you know what controlling means. If me setting up a personal boundary for me is not controlling of you.
It's interesting that you say that since I tried to set up boundaries too and you ignored them.
After you started publicly talking on your stream? Yeah, I did.
No. No.
Yeah,
I meant
yeah.
before that. I meant way before that, Steven.
I don't think I violated any. I'm pretty sure that as soon as I'm aware of any boundaries, I don't violate any of those boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like it's because you kind of just like ignored them all and just dismissed them or like called them ridiculous.
No,
or, like,
the
laughed
only,
at them.
let's be ultra clear. The only boundaries of yours that I've called ridiculous are when you somehow construct a boundary that like encompasses my personal life. So for instance, when you say, I have a boundary that means that I'm allowed to link you articles about how horrible and abusive you are in relationships that I don't know anything about, yes, I would quote unquote violate that boundary. That's not a real boundary. Nobody would call that a
That's
boundary.
not what I was saying, that you're horrible and abusive.
Okay, I'm sorry, not horrible, but selfish and immoral, I think, are two words that you've used. I'm sorry for saying horrible when you said selfish and immoral and a whole bunch of other words, but maybe not horrible. But that's not a real boundary.
How can you have like, okay, so
You got a lot more excited when she said that.
this is what I'm like really confused about is like, how can you
going
have a close
faster.
friendship with someone and like I'm basically
Is that what you're pointing at, Big C? It gets a lot faster, whereas before he was like super slow.
like I'm just
There are
like,
different
deliberate.
types of
Like,
friendships.
really-
There are different types of friendships you can have, but I would never want the type of friendship with you where I'm revealing much personal information because you are unbelievably fucking judgmental. I would never, ever, ever want to share something with you because I know that I'm going to get articles about it later about how fucking horrible it is or how fucking horrible that I am.
Yeah, and he also cut her off too. He cut her off and he got a lot quicker with it. I feel like in the Mr. Girl conversation that happened a lot whenever he made a point, but he was like, I feel like he goes from like 2 to like 6 here, and with Mr. Girl he'll go from like a 4 to like an 11.
You're one of the most judgmental people that I've ever spoken to.
that's a
But Mr. Girl was getting him like way better.
personal attack.
No,
I mean,
that is a
that's-
descriptive observation.
So if that's not a personal attack to
Mhm.
say you're an extremely judgmental person, then it's not a personal attack for me to say, what do you're a something whatever person. Like, do
Sure.
you
If
understand
that's
how
your
that works?
feeling, yeah, that's fine. You just told me, you just asked me why I don't think that you should comment on these things, and I'm telling you that
Yeah.
or you said, don't you think in friendships you should be able to do this? And I'm saying I think you're a judgmental person, therefore I wouldn't want to talk about these things. So for instance,
Okay,
you could say
so-
that you feel like I'm an asshole, so you don't want to talk about certain things. That's totally fine. That's not a personal attack. That's not a personal attack at all. You're just giving me a reason for why you wouldn't want to share a particular thing with me, and I'm telling you why I would want to share a particular thing with you.
Okay, I mean, I think that is a personal attack.
It's absolutely not a personal attack, Anna.
Wait.
Okay, well, I mean, that's just completely hypocritical then.
It's not hypocritical at all, Anna. I think you have a really hard time accepting other people putting up boundaries when
Sure.
you don't accept those boundaries. You have a huge
In your life,
habit
not
of
DGG's life.
labeling
Yeah, of
every
course.
single behavior that you don't like as abusive when it's not even remotely abusive, when you're the one that's being abusive and manipulative.
Proving that your behavior was abusive. I linked you the articles. That's why I linked
An article doesn't prove that a behavior is abusive when you're talking about a particular relationship.
It's written by a psychologist.
That doesn't matter. That psychologist is not talking about my relationship.
I mean, wait, what? No, I'm talking about our relationship. I was telling you.
Psychologists have not written articles about our relationship. And
Yeah,
you
it
will
seems
never
like it
ever
now.
find a psychologist, no psychologist
To be fair, it's pretty late now.
has written an article saying, by the way,
Okay,
you have to
so now
like
I can't-
go ahead.
So now I can't. So now I can't point out abusive behavior inflicted on me because it requires a psychologist to evaluate our close friendship in order to do that.
No. Negotiating boundaries is done by two autonomous, healthy, well-adjusted individual adults. We should be able to negotiate boundaries about what we want to talk about and don't want to talk about without having to link even one Psychology Today article. That should be possible between the two of us.
Okay. I mean, do you remember how this has literally been what I keep on like harping on about like communication and negotiating boundaries and like compromising on boundaries?
Emery said he had to go to
You're
bed.
acting like I haven't done this.
You
and I have.
continue to give me incredibly negative feedback about my personal relationships that I don't want to hear your feedback on.
Steven, I haven't done that since we had our Discord call.
You think the
Remember
first time I
when we
brought
first
this up was just a
talked?
week ago? You never got the inkling that I didn't want you telling me over and over and over again that all of my relationships are immoral and selfish?
Okay. He's talking really fast and sort of speeding past the point that, like, the thing that he's been alluding to this whole time is that he's been saying it over and over and over again for all this time. And he said, like, you think it's just been a week? But then he switches really fast so that she hears. You didn't get an inkling? The entire time he's said that he's told her this, but he just let it slip that it's very, very new. So Anna's going to get that because she's locked in. She's paying full attention. But nobody else is going to get that because they're just they're already with Destiny here. And everything that he's going to say that follows is going to try to reiterate the initial point that he made that he had to go back on really quick. I hate that.
Like
Steven, I feel like you just
That makes me like Destiny a lot less. At least if what follows is what I just said.
keep going on about this and like I stopped. I know, okay? I don't agree. I still don't agree, but I still stopped.
Okay, well, what's the next conversation topic?
Oh, then he just drops it.
Oh man, see, like this is kind of
So he already he did what he had to do. He got to reframe, like she called him on it, and he sped right through it, while coming back at the end, making it still seem like he's right, and then but it's not great. So now move on. Next thing.
well, I guess this is kind of like the problem.
If Anna just wanted to hurt him here, if Anna was Mr. Girl here, Destiny was fucked.
Because like I feel like, you know, the conflict sort of
I gotta get some water. Mr. Girl would have nailed him to the fucking wall with that. I feel like now that I have the tell, it'll be a little bit easier. Pull at the top. That's pretty good. I like that a lot, actually. Alright, got me an
it
Asian
doesn't
pair,
get
too.
resolved, and then it just kind of builds
Oh,
up
shit.
and stuff.
That,
But
like,
I mean,
too
yeah,
much.
I know. I don't know.
Because I think that you have some incredibly unimaginable ideas about what is abuse or what are boundaries that
That's fine. You're entitled to have that view. I'm also entitled to have my opinions too. Can we just respect each other's views, Steven? Can we just respect that we have different views, please?
yeah, sure. But that means I don't want to hear any of yours in regards to my personal life.
He said if Destiny cared, then yes, Mr. Girl could have, but Destiny doesn't care. I'm saying with what he did right there at the end of the last subject, they're not moving on if that was Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl would have caught that, then he would have not let it go. Hardcore. 'Cause that's what that whole last conversation was. I had even like said that like I had lost the thing and then Mr. Grow had brought it back. It was pretty impressive. I love Asians that take credit cards.
All right.
Do you understand that it's okay for me to say, I don't want you commenting on any of my personal relationships? Do you think that's an acceptable position for me to have?
You're always so
Since it
cash-like.
clearly upsets you so much, obviously, yeah.
Stop. You just do you understand that what you just did was like a form of
No.
like on any of my personal relationships? Do you think that's an acceptable position for me to have?
Since it clearly upsets you so much, obviously, yeah.
Stop. You just do you understand that what you just did was like a form
No.
of like emotional manipulation? Wait. Do you
No.
understand that that's what you just did?
No.
So wait, in a very calm manner,
No,
I just
let me
expressed to
talk.
you, I was like, hey, this is a boundary that I'm comfortable with, and I asked if that was okay with you. So you're like, well, since it upsets you so much, I guess.
No, that's not
That
how
was,
I meant
I don't
Steven.
care how you meant it, because it's a good insight into how your mind works, right? It was an incredible.
Wait, why doesn't he care how she meant it? Okay.
Incredibly dismissive and disrespectful statement.
We'll keep
Just
going.
saying.
Let me please.
Go ahead. You can explain it.
Please, just let me explain it. I know. I get it. Okay. How I meant it was that because it upsets you so much and I care about you, I care about your feelings, then yes, I'm going to stop. That's how I meant it, Steven. I care about you. Do you understand that I care about your
He got super mad the first time and said stop, and now he's laughing. He didn't care the first time. He didn't care the first time. He just wanted to make her seem out of line.
feelings? Like, I care if you're upset.
I don't know if you did. I don't know why we would have fought so many times.
Yeah, chat's responding to the drama of it. Yeah, look at his face of joy. Yeah. That's what I mean. He didn't care at all about this. She says it again, he laughs. And they're actually parroting what he just said.
Over you attacking my personal relationships that have nothing to do with you. It seems kind
I think he's laughing because the first thing that he did, like, he won. He won them
Or
over.
like you're more concerned about passing judgment than having any concern for anybody else's feelings in a conversation.
She just said that she. Okay.
Well, it's also because, like, I care about the other people's feelings too. Sort of like I care, like I get kind of worried about like how it impacts other people and like the effects on other people.
But you don't know any of those effects. You have no idea.
I mean, I know. And you know, that's the thing, Steven. Like, I never said that, like, for sure this could happen. It's just.
No, come on. You're literally linking me articles about how sociopaths do this, dark triad people do this. This is a key sign of narcissism. No psychologist would ever see you. How are you going to say now, like, well, I'm not saying it's always bad.
The point was about the impact it would have on the person.
But you don't know that person, and you don't know my relationship with that person.
Okay, stop thinking about Destiny as a person. And he's a star in his own mind. Oh, pardon me, but he knows it's all a lie. Yeah, I guess I didn't say it out loud, but what I was thinking for like the last like 10 minutes of this is that this just seems like a game. It's just it's like no different than any other video game, and the chat is like the score. Like that's how like how Wild Chat's getting is like his score going up. That's what he's been responding to a lot.
You shared quite a bit with me.
Not enough for you to know any of that. No, not really. I've shared like I've probably.
She's being like super respectful of the private stuff that he shared with her. She's stopped like a lot in what she was saying, or like what it seems like she knows and stuff. I think she's hurting herself by not being able to say, like, by being able to be specific.
I've probably shared with you about as much as I have with my stream. And I wouldn't be okay with them emailing me like incredibly personal details or criticisms or concerns about.
I really doubt that, because I think you know what I'm referring to.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I mean, regardless. It was
Chill the
meant
fuck
to
back
be
out.
like a, hey, Steven, have you considered this as a possibility?
Oh, yeah, he got all like bummery and stuff in the That's interesting. Dan, do something and then just like leak, say it. I want the beans. He seems a lot less happy with that.
Have you considered that, like, I can't go into the details, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, have you considered
do you understand that there's like a way to say that? Like, hey, do you think this is healthy? Rather than literally like spamming article after.
He stopped talking about it. Again.
Articles saying no psychologist would agree with this, nobody would approve of this. This is a self-serving and immoral thing that dark triad narcissistic personality disordered people do that takes advantage of and destroys the lives. You realize that that's not like you're trying to present it as though in our conversations you give like a
She said that's not true. They don't know as much as I do. And then he stopped contesting and he went right on to the next thing. That's very interesting.
Gentle concern, like, hey, are you okay with this person? That's not it. It's these diatribes. It's when I close my Discord, it's 35 messages open about how horrible and evil, and paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs of how much of a horrible person I am.
Yeah, I know. I agree that I went over the top. Absolutely.
Oh wait, over the top for like 5 weeks.
I really feel like it wasn't 5 weeks though. That's
okay. Maybe 4 weeks. I'd have to go and see when exactly I landed in Sweden, but yeah, about 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay, the arguing about during that time particularly was not about your other relationships. That was about us. That was all
No,
about
you
us.
make comments about my other relationships like pretty often throughout all of it too.
Okay. No, I know what you're referring to. Okay. That one tape. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Mm, I guess I felt like it was relevant because it was like a
Do you
like a comparison.
Okay, so let's play the work from another person's mind game. Do you understand that from my point of view, that if you are spending 4 to 5 weeks sending me upwards of 100 messages a day,
Oh, that's
that,
fair.
like that kind of
It's
behavior
more
makes
views
you
for him
seem
if
a
she
little
says
bit
it.
unhinged?
Exaggeration.
What?
That's fair. That's unfair. That's not 100 messages a day.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Do you know how many messages you sent me between the last time I responded and the most recent response?
You mean the last 2
Between
days?
today and yesterday and the day before? Yeah.
Steven?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can consider that there's a person in this chat right now who literally threatened to send a DDoS vector at me. And maybe just put yourself in my shoes for just a second.
Wait, who? I know you're not talking about me.
I know that was passive aggressive as fuck. It was. Yes, it was you, Dan. You said that.
Said what? When?
On the stream when you guys
Oh, yeah.
were like when
Chat exploded and Destiny had the exact same reaction.
Steven had his
That
like
was really
Regina George
interesting.
Burn book moment on his like stream.
And can you quote me what I said? I just want to know what I said exactly, so I can be.
Something
so I
about
can
a
respond.
DDoS vector.
If Dan said something like that, it was probably a passing joke.
I don't
How
even
am I
remember Dan even saying something like that.
I don't think I would call it a DDoS vector either.
How is it ever a joke to say?
You know,
something?
let me just spice this up a little bit here.
Why,
I'm gonna give.
Destiny's mood and reaction is like throughout this whole conversation has been totally tied to how fast chat's moving.
No. I'm just going to give you the outside view that I have, and I think
don't know
most
why.
people have. And you can
That's
say, no, this is not
off-putting
the case. It's completely
to
different.
me.
I'm
Wait,
just gonna
no,
give you
let's
my
go back
take.
to the conversation, actually.
No, I hold on. Do you want to know what the average person thinks of this?
No.
The average person thinks that you guys were in some sort of romantic relationship, okay, and that now you want Destiny all for yourself, and as a result of that, you're essentially trying to get him to break off relationships. It doesn't seem like Destiny wants anything
my
to do with you
God.
whatsoever.
Jesus Christ, no, that's not it at
No,
all.
it seems
my God.
relatively accurate to me. I mean, that's the vibe I'm getting. I think that's the vibe most people are getting.
I understand. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I don't. I mean, honestly, well, actually, no. I don't really get that.
Do you want to be in a romantic relationship?
Stop,
with
Dan,
Destiny?
you're being real cringe.
No, okay, gotcha.
No,
But you are close friends.
I want to be close friends. Yeah.
Steven, do you want to be close friends as well?
I mean, it's pretty hard to after this when it feels like you've judged me to be like the worst type of human being in the world. Like,
Yeah, I know. That's what we were like, kind of discussing and stuff. Yeah.
90% of chat is just Dan.
You can have a slightly different perspective. I think maybe, Anna, it sounds like you feel a lot of anxiety about a lot of things.
It's like a sander.
Do you feel a lot of anxiety about like worrying about other people and worrying about you?
Well,
and
yeah,
your
I mean, I do.
relationships? Do you feel that anxiety plays into your behavior at all?
I mean, I get anxious in response to like behavior that.
I mean, he's just watching chat here, right? That's what he's. Is that the direction that his chat's in, Big C? Him looking to his right, like stage left.
Appears quite cold
Yeah.
and detached.
Do you feel like
Oh yeah, they must not have made up their minds about her. This person doesn't even know their situation. Never talk to this person again. So Destiny did or didn't dick this girl? Yeah, they're pretty She. It makes my eyes dry. Yes, not she. Oh yes, it makes my eyes dry. Oh, I see. Yeah.
you're downplaying the level that your anxiety is interfering with your behavior here?
Yeah, Destiny's chat is like a big meme factory.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Do you feel like when you're saying things like I'm just worried about these other people, that maybe you're worried about these other people, but the reason you're worried about these other people is because you feel incredibly anxious?
I mean, I think certainly my anxiety plays a role in it. Yeah, for sure. Though I think it's also just like we do kind of have very differing values and morals. Also, I'm sorry. I'm just like really, I'm honestly really like, I'm really upset by that, what you said, Dan, because like,
Which part?
that like I want Steven all to myself. Like,
Well, that's my feeling. I mean,
that's
to be
really
completely
horrible.
no, that's exactly my feeling that I have of this situation, of everything that I've observed and that I've heard so far. My feeling completely across the board is that this is the actions of someone who probably had some sort of a sexual relationship with Steven, wanted it to go further, but you know that you're in this situation where essentially you have people like Melina and other people in his life that are a complete barrier, and now your goal as a result of that is essentially to find ways to get him to stop being there, and you're sending these passive aggressive articles about how it shouldn't be it, and yeah, I mean that's my feeling. You can say that that's not accurate, but I think that's
not accurate.
Okay, but that
Not
well,
at
I mean
all
that's how I
accurate.
feel. That's my take from this.
Yep. I mean, that's fine. Do my friends get a take too? Because they have completely differing views as well.
Absolutely, but like you can't say that like my feeling in this case is wrong. It's literally when I observe this situation. Okay.
I'm just saying that it's like it's not the case basically.
Okay.
Because it is really super.
Well, I think that there's probably something that has to be worked on, because I speak for much of the people who have observed this before, and that would be their first instinct as to the reasoning that this is going on. I think that that's most people's opinion at this point, and we could certainly
I
poll
don't think
that.
it's fair to say most people's.
Well, I
because
would say more than 50% would be most.
It's also been presented a certain way, and it's not really fair.
I'm not arguing for how it's been presented. People have watched your streams. People have watched Steven's streams, and as a result of that, they have come to a conclusion. Okay, I'm not saying anything about the way it's been presented. I'm just saying, based on the data to date.
There's still a bias there because a lot of most of the people are like Steven's fans, like hardcore fans who identify with him and are going to always take his side, of course.
Well,
like literally, his level of happiness. She didn't like Waffles take it all. Is that who's Waffles? Like he's not laughing or like super happy anymore, and chat's moving.
I mean that might be true.
That's really weird.
That doesn't take anything away from the feelings
maybe
that
that's
people
more
have
normal than I
of
think.
what's going on here.
Sure, but
right?
like, what about the feelings of like other people who have seen how much like?
What reason do you have for sending these articles? So let's take this a step back.
Okay.
You sent Steven some articles, essentially saying, I'm in a cliff note here, if you'll grant me that ability. Essentially saying poly relationships are bad, and Steven, you're kind of, not.
Never.
Well, okay. Again, I'm asking for a little bit of latitude here. That you've sent some Have you sent him some articles?
Relationships myself.
Okay, but have you sent him some articles essentially saying
he feels wanted and needed, something he didn't get as a child?
Saying that Steven is maybe psychopath. I don't know the exact word. That something is wrong with Steven because of the behaviors that he's doing, being in open relationships.
It's supposed to be about the behaviors, that the behaviors are wrong.
Okay.
Not that Steven as a person is wrong.
What-
Behaviors and people are different.
What would you change? What behaviors of Steven?
A person. Like we
If
do
you
not
could, I understand. If you could Thanos snap Steven's behavior to be what you want, or not what you want, but what's most appropriate in your views as a psychologist, what would you have him change?
Not hurting so many people, not leaving trails of victims, trails of like horribly like hurt and victims.
Okay,
That's what
so
I
wait.
care about.
So real quick.
Have a path of destruction
Real
that
quick.
you left behind you.
Can you give me the specifics of any one of these cases?
Change.
So you clearly can't. So
I mean,
why?
but, like the other people that have like been hurt, like all the other people
Sure.
that you've like.
Can you give me
honestly-
like an example of like an abusive behavior that I have done like unprovoked to any of these past people, or any of the dynamics of any of these prior relationships?
No. Wait a minute. You just said unprovoked. You can't blame that on being provoked. There's no excuse for that behavior. Retaliation is abuse. Two
Okay.
wrongs do not make a right.
If somebody is shit talking you publicly,
That's a huge problem to me.
Wait a minute.
And it's
okay. Let me
There we go.
break down. Okay, some Wittgenstein. I don't know how we're viewing language here. Okay.
sorry, I'm gonna
Wait.
take a step back. I just take some breath. I'm getting upset.
Yeah. Okay. So when you say that you've left a trail of destruction behind you, okay, the implication there is generally that I am traumatizing or abusing or hurting people that otherwise don't deserve it or aren't don't for no reason or whatever it should happen. What?
Nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves that. There is no, how could you say that?
Because sometimes people do real dickish things, and I think if you do dickish things back, it's not the worst thing in the world.
The right to do anything back at them. That gives you no right to
We're not
retaliate.
talking about who is right. First of all, I have a right to do anything I want, okay? Fuck that.
No, you don't.
Yes,
See,
I do.
right there, entitlement.
It's not entitlement. Wait, what do you mean? As long as I'm not hurting it.
This is what Destiny does with his orbiters. He gets them to fight so that he's the problem solver. Yeah.
Anybody else, I have a right to talk about or do anything I want.
Hey, Leafy Water Guy, thanks for following on Kick.
Okay, well,
Appreciate
you just
it.
said you have a right to do whatever you want.
What did you think what did you think I
How-
meant with it, Anna? Do you think I meant I should be able to shoot somebody or punch somebody or choke somebody?
Oh!
Do you really think that's what I meant?
This is identical to the last conversation we watched. What Anna pearl clutching. Yeah, what instant straw man.
With that, is that the read we're going with here?
Emotional aggression can be worse than physical aggression.
I feel like I would know a lot of people that have been physically abused that would disagree with that. But okay, let's even assume that's true. Okay, if somebody else is emotionally abusing somebody else, and that person retaliates with emotional abuse, if this is all done this is way different than somebody just running around abusing people unprovoked. These are two different things. That's all I'm saying. It's not the same thing, Anna. It's not the same thing in psychology. It's not the same thing in philosophy. It's not the same thing legally. These are literally two totally different things.
But it's not, because you're talking about retaliation, and that's never justified unless it's self-defense. And there's no need to defend yourself by outing a person on your stream and stuff you've done so many times.
Only when the other person has tried to out me first, though.
This is what I mean. You just justified abuse.
Linus, I can't. I'm gonna shoot my brains. Can you in a video game? Okay, I can't. I don't know how to.
That's justifying abuse.
You have such a one-dimensional 6-year-old view of this. I don't even know how to I don't know how to proceed. Go, Linus.
Anybody who thinks that way.
This is a default mode of thinking. Is that a response to an aggression is way different than an unprovoked aggression. And every single realm in life, every single society in the world, every single human being that you'll talk to, punching somebody unprovoked is way different than punching somebody that punches you back. I don't know how you can't understand this without some form of mental illness or a deliberate desire to misinterpret what I'm saying. So Linus,
wrong.
Wait, Anna, are there varying degrees of abuse? Is there a greater and lesser form of abuse?
Linus, you cannot. Listen, you seem like a really nice person. You cannot seriously oh my god.
Don't. I haven't said anything. I'm just asking you.
All right. Yes. I mean, sure. Yes. There are different. Yeah.
So it could be that maybe when Destiny is retaliating, it is a little bit abusive, right? It's a little bit abusive, but is it
still abusive?
Yes, it is still abusive, but maybe in the context of Destiny being a streamer and Destiny being an entertainer and these being public conflicts and Destiny's desire to drum up attention, right? These are things that the normal person doesn't interact with, right? You can't prescribe these things that you would talk about in a normal intimate relationship to someone who has a wide public image. Right, Destiny's not going on and talking about the guy at the store who he had a disagreement with and putting him on blast and linking his Twitter. He's talking about other streamers who are in the public spotlight and
people that he's been intimately involved with, which is what makes it so much more horrific.
How does that
Big Cisa patterns? The only truth in the world. This is so
make
great.
it so much more horrific?
Because they shared they shared vulnerability with you, and you took that and you exploited it.
Maybe I've shared vulnerability with them, and they've taken that and they've exploited it.
That doesn't mean you do it
Maybe.
back.
If they've already done it and I do it back, I think the level of abuse here is far, far, far lower than if I were to just do it unprovoked. These are two dramatically different things.
I would differentiate. If the person is waiting for somebody to do it so they can do it back, and I'm not saying that's what he's doing, then I would say that person's more abusive.
Do you understand that that's vengeance? That's revenge. When you do it back.
Do you understand? Do you understand that if you would have said, Destiny, it seems like you've been very vengeful against people that have wronged you in the past, that's a far different statement. That's a far different statement than you've left a trail of abused victims behind you. Do you understand that these are two very different things?
You would have taken that as a personal attack as well, though, I think.
I mean, I think they're pretty.
Bro, Clutching 101, Dr. Anna.
They're a little different.
These
though.
are
A trail
so
of
different.
victims-
If you would have said,
trail of victims.
here are a bunch of things you can say against me, okay? You could say, you could say, you're an asshole who says really mean things about people that attack you publicly. You're very quick to burn bridges with people that attack you on their streams or blah, blah, blah. I would agree with all those things. Yeah, 100%. Or if somebody is like shits on me or is abusing me or violates my trust, that I'll do the same to men. Yeah, of course. I agree with that 1,000,000%. What?
But don't you think that inflicts harm onto people, though?
Yeah, probably. But if they're already inflicting harm on me, I don't really care that much.
Okay, see, that's what concerns me. That right there
my
really
God.
concerns
Yeah,
me.
Anna, I think I sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. I think that most people, in general, are okay with some form of harm on others, like being totally
what?
pious. Yes. Most people are okay inflicting some amount of harm on others.
No, not that I know of.
Like, so if I were to be mean to someone occasionally,
Okay,
right?
sure.
Like just because I'm a person and sometimes I get angry, sometimes I'm a little mean, right?
Uh-huh.
There's nothing I can do. Well, I mean that's not true, but it's
I don't know who this
extremely
person
difficult
is.
for me to not ever be mean ever, right? Like I'm gonna be mean at some point in
Right,
time.
of course. I mean,
And it's okay to point out and say, hey, you shouldn't be mean, but it's different to say, I've left a trail of victims because I've been mean to people sometimes.
But I think what you're talking about is like people making normal mistakes and stuff. But like I'm talking about an observable pattern of behavior.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know that you could call that observable pattern of behavior out in like a clinical sense, in the clinical sense, because
I'm not talking about clinical. I'm just talking about like subclinical or whatever.
But if it's not clinical, and
Can you please
you're
never say that
literally
phrase again? I'm not talking
prescribing
clinically. I just mean subclinically. It is the most useless, useless statement of all time. When you say that, it drives me crazy. Sorry, keep going.
I feel like you really are gonna hate psychology now.
Well, if you ever
Minus
study
tech
it, you will
rips.
too. Okay.
Steven.
I think
Okay.
my main observation here is that Steven has behaviors that probably cause you a lot of anxiety, and your anxiety causes Steven to feel a lot of stress, which in turn
I just
causes
dropped my
more
fucking
behaviors that make you
AirPods and I
feel
don't know where
anxiety.
they bounced to.
Steven,
guys.
do you
Holy
really
shit.
feel stress in response?
Right now? No. I feel like this conversation is cringy. But what do you mean? Do I feel stressed?
Well, I mean, I just meant because of what Linus said.
Wait,
like
what did Linus say?
When Anna links you a bunch of articles about how narcissistic, implying perhaps that you're narcissistic, does that make you feel like any form of stress in terms of
Shit.
you feeling stress towards the relationship, or like
Makes me feel irritated.
Yeah,
Is that
I know
kind
it's
of
not minus
stress?
tech tips.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Feels irritating
bit.
that somebody that doesn't have a comprehensive.
I've worked in IT long enough. Everybody that I've worked in IT with loves LTT. I know who Linus
picture of my life
that
is
Linus is.
firing me off random generalized articles about dark triad traits, telling me that I need to dramatically change the way that I
be clear.
exist.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
I don't think that I have ever implied that you need to dramatically change the way that you exist, but I mean, I honestly, all my intention was to get you just kind of consider more about maybe some of these behaviors, consider how they impact others.
So if Steven considered them, and then said he's fine with how he is, what would you do?
Well, I mean, that's when I guess I would be hey, what about because a lot of things aren't common sense. Basically,
He breaks
like a lot of
everything.
things that actually cause harm to people aren't always common sense.
He's clumsy.
And so like that's kind of why I thought like, well, hey, look, like I could send you this research that kind of shows that like actually this can cause a lot of harm. It's like the silent treatment. Like we have research now that shows just how like damaging it is to people's mental health, and like you wouldn't really know that
Okay,
unless
Linus, I've tried and failed here. Can you please explain to her why you can't have a conversation with a person about specific things by just sending generalized articles over and over again? That doesn't really help the conversation. I can't figure.
like-
Good luck.
But like if you don't think that it's harmful, then that would be like the next step to be like, look, I mean, there's evidence it is harmful.
That makes sense.
But there's not, because speaking in generalities doesn't really give you an exact like point in my life where something is harmful, right? Like you would have to say like, here is a behavior that you exhibit. I have observed these reactions from the person that you are behaving this way with, and as a result of that, I think that this behavior is unhealthy and should be changed. You can do all of that without ever linking an article, but you've never done that before because you've never observed my interactions with other people, so you really can't make any comment on them whatsoever.
To be fair though, if I did say that, like I know you would just immediately dismiss it though.
No, because you don't know any of my, you've never seen me interact with other people before. You don't have like any point of reference on any other like personal behaviors that I have with
Why do you say no?
You just like, you hear things, or you hear like very general things from me, and then you start trying to like link me articles about.
He said no, but what he really meant is yes, you are correct. Because everything that he said that follows means yes, you are correct, I would not. That's a really weird, that's the kind of thing, if somebody does that to me in real life, it really triggered.
How these like relationships or whatever are abusive or horrible.
Yeah, Anna, what? I'm a little curious. What do you think that the generalities, like interpreting Steven's behavior and then generalizing the potential causes and effects, or the actual reaction from the people, is a more accurate depiction of Steven's behavior?
Oh.
And it's
that fucked me up. I thought my sound was open.
Negative or positive?
Probably like a little. It's a little of both, I think.
I think I might disagree there. I think that even though there are there are studies that show like, hey,
You miss Circa's
if you do
brother?
this kind of behavior,
Oh.
you're probably messing with people in ways that.
I'd like to focus this a little bit. Okay, some of these thoughts and topics are good in a broad sense, but also being applied literally is very strange. Like, for instance, can you go over the power bank situation when Steven gave you a power bank?
Shut the fuck up, Dan.
No, wait. This needs to be addressed real quick.
No.
What do you?
It doesn't.
Oh, I mean, well,
I
if
don't
you
think it does.
Okay. Okay. Well,
I'm really confused. Wait,
Well,
what?
it sounded like what happened. Okay, and I'm going off of memory.
No, I
here
don't
a
think.
little
I
bit.
think Linus was on a good track. I think we should keep going on those tracks.
Steven, please, we're trying to resolve issues. You
I
cared
don't know
enough
where
about this
Saxon
to
is.
talk about it previously. Just remain silent. Okay. Thank
well,
you.
but so anyway, Linus,
Thank
what were
you.
you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying that basically the gist of it is, I think that it is almost impossible for you as a psychologist or as a friend,
Student.
even
Danny wants his battery
student
back.
psychologist, student psychologist or a friend to make these kinds of
Wrong.
judgments, like you've left a wake of bodies or you've left a wake of victims in your path without ever talking to any of the victims,
Or
It
having,
could be
or even having knowing what exactly happened
Right.
in any of those cases.
Yeah, you have loose bits of information, and I understand that it's out of a place of you're trying to help someone and you're trying to help other people that aren't just Stephen, right? You're like, I'm trying to reduce the amount of harm in the world, but you don't know that the harm is there. It feels to me maybe like
I think that's really kind of gaslighty though to say that.
I would concur, actually, on that case.
How?
Steven, this is directed to Linus, but you go ahead, Linus.
I don't mean that as a personal attack.
No. I could be. Do you want to explain?
It just seems it's almost like kind of saying that like their feelings like kind of like, well, no, I mean that's wrong, there was like no harm done kind of thing, even though
Okay,
like
okay.
sort of, I guess that's what my sense was.
Yeah. I'm not saying that there may have been harm, there may have not been harm. What I'm saying though is that you can't imply that there was harm because of a generality if you don't have the information to go off of. Now you may feel like these behaviors could lead to these types of things, but I think you're going about it a little aggressively in that regard. I think if you really wanted to like feel this feeling out that like Steven's leaving a wake of victims behind him with his behaviors, you may want to talk to one of the victims and confirm your hypothesis.
I think that would be incredibly inappropriate to just randomly message someone and be like, "Hey, so tell me about how he hurt you." Like,
yeah, in the same way that I think it's a little inappropriate to comment on whether or not he did or didn't hurt them without you knowing about them.
It's public knowledge, though. Like, it's out there.
Well, I would say that most people would not have the similar view to you. Also, I'm not sure you're qualified to make these distinctions in the first place without having much more education and much more intimate information revolving around it.
Anybody can do that, though. Like, point out, like, hey, that's really not okay to like out people on your stream. Like, you're supposed to talk with them.
Well, I think perhaps he may have felt like he was backed in a corner and you were discussing it as well, right? So that would be kind of an equal reaction to that.
Oh, you mean like Steven feeling backed in a corner and then like going on the stream? Like,
well, you went on stream as well. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And I think
But
you said some things. Well, I mean, the quotes that I saw clipped were things like Steven's a bad father for abandoning his kid.
I never said that. Literally never said that he was a bad father. I have never
What
said
did you say? And we'll go back and watch, so try to be accurate.
I actually, like, okay, so
just a quote of what you said.
Like, I feel like there's so much
go ahead.
hostility from you, Dan. Like,
well, no, I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, but it's very difficult to have like a civil conversation when I'm feeling like there's a lot of hostility coming from you. I'm feeling really uncomfortable from it.
Well, the difference I think between me and Linus is being overly charitable and agreeing with a lot of things that shouldn't be agreed with and kind of pandering to a lot of the stuff you're doing.
I think it's really fair to say the exact quote of what you said. It's a lot harder to remember exactly what you said than to be able to say, I know I didn't say that.
What he should be doing is just accurately calling things for how they is, but he's trying to build rapport to get you to slowly see something. Now, hold on for a second, Linus. But anyways, you can go ahead and
Dan's a total asset to Destiny in this conversation.
answer the question as to what you said about Stephen and his
I feel like you're still being really passive aggressive, and like I don't know, I'm feeling really uncomfortable. Like there's a lot.
Well, I'm feeling very uncomfortable as well right now.
Like, I don't think it's quite fair because, like I said, I mean, there's like things are being presented in a certain way. Also, like you haven't even asked like my side of anything.
I'm literally asking you right now what you said and what you meant, so you can go ahead and do that.
I mean, you're.
Can I be honest? I'm feeling like you're making me very uncomfortable right now that you're not answering this.
Okay,
that's just the feeling I'm getting. So if you could answer it.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't remember saying the word abandoned, but I also have not watched that clip at all because, like, I don't want to go. Like, it would be really bad for like my mental health to like go to like a subreddit.
Yeah, he's reveling.
Or wherever. So I don't remember saying the word abandoned. I really don't. Maybe I did. I'm not trying to gaslight here. Please understand. I'm being honest.
Of course, of course.
Holy shit, Big C, how did you not end up with a membership? I just realized you didn't have a star, and fucking Froggy Style donated 50 memberships. How of all the people were you missed on that? That's crazy.
I don't remember saying the word abandoned. I really
she
don't.
did say it?
Maybe I did. I'm not trying to gaslight here. Please understand. I'm being honest.
Of course, of course.
It could be that you were feeling an intense emotion at the time and you just spoke out.
I said that he moved very, very far away.
That is true.
From his son. And then I went on to say about how psychology has, like the field has a lot of research on like how many hours like a week, like
I think my community has a good opinion of
be
you.
Around their fathers and stuff, because with like divorce and like custody, cases and stuff. There's like a lot of research on that. Like children do best when like they're around their fathers, like this many hours a week or whatever. Yeah.
Here's a question. Do you know what else there's a lot of research on?
You know what? I'm gonna go back just a little bit. I'm gonna wrap it here. It's 2:30 now, and I have to stream at 2 p.m. tomorrow. All rounder from chat and Discord. His girlfriend is supposed to talk to me in like 11 and a half hours about Christianity, and then I'll probably hop back into this tomorrow after that. That's not usually when I stream, so I have to make sure that I'm like awake and I don't sleep through it. So I'm pretty bad at waking up with my alarm. This was fun. This conversation's a little bit tougher. I'm not quite as sharp about it because I didn't even see this the first time. But it's still interesting. I think I'm learning a lot about how Destiny interacts with people, seeing the parallels between this conversation and how he talked to Mr. Girl in the last one is pretty interesting. I enjoyed it, chat. And when I say chat, I mean myself. Great shoulder. Thank you very much. Good night, Kilo. Good night, everybody. Yeah, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, if you want to check it out, I'm going to talk to a viewer's girlfriend about Christianity. She wanted me to explain some of the stuff that I've said about Christianity to her. Also, I'm just now seeing this. Is this not on Destiny's channel? I noticed this is an unlisted video on someone else's channel. Since this isn't the type of content to appear on Destiny's YouTube, I posted it here for all the YouTube fans who want a slice of this drama. If this isn't on Destiny's YouTube, that's really interesting. I feel like then we've just gotten like a little taste of it. Oh, it is on his. Okay. That would have been a lot weirder. All right, then. See, at least some of you know.